All right, we are live. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
You want to introduce yourself and we're going to do a story? Well, not a story, but
Yes, I certainly will. But first, I want to tell you how much I appreciate you having me on your live stream to afford me just a tad bit, I hope, protection for what I'm dealing with in the state Commonwealth of Kentucky. My name on the internet on YouTube is Weeping, spelled with an H. Couldn't get the name otherwise. WHEEPING space WILLOW space number 2 next to it, and a space and a capital 4 and a 4 and then a capital U. My original channel, which has become my backup because of the strike, is Weeping Willow 2, all one running word with a numerical number 2. My name's Carol. I do law. I do a lot of things, but law I've been into for over 30 years. And I help people, and I explain things, and but I have my trials and tribulations, and have had for 30 plus years. This is why, and what took me down the path of learning United States codes and codes of federal regulations, which I'm not so much into that. But, the United States codes, the UCCs, the statutes and regulations of the workers' compensation system in Kentucky. And pretty much all of it's the same across the board, across the United States, because they have us all stuck over in a shoebox to the far left. There are no courts of record. There are no courts that are Article 3 of what the Constitution mandates that we have. They are all criminal courts, Article 1 courts of administration only. They have nothing to do with we the people, but we won't go down that path. I have done that with my friend Polly for several interviews, but tonight's talk is going to be with what I'm dealing with right now, and have been for some time, but it's down to the nitty-gritty where my freedoms are being, and liberties are being infringed upon by the FBI that showed up here 2-3 days ago, which I did not believe that they were FBI. They didn't have it on the one badge that I got to see and caught with my camera, but I'm off the internet right now, and I don't know when I'm going to be back. So I thank Father, and I thank Polly for having me on her show. But this has turned into what I feel is a dire situation, not only for my freedom, but absolutely for my life. And I think the public needs to know. So I pray that you all that are hearing this or come across it, pass it on to other individuals and spread the word, because this could be you. Very easily it could be you.
well,
you never are guaranteed one day to the next when you go to work that you won't end up in the same boat I'm in and what I had battled for the last 30 plus years. Well, since whatever it adds up to from 1981. Liberty Mutual, the insurance company, the evil demons there are the ones that have pulled the strings and everything out of my life, whether I can live it or not. And I don't have much of a life at all. I just sit in this house. They were court ordered to provide me a wheelchair, 1985, and I never got one. So I was walking on a bone-on-bone ankle joint, bone splintering off in it. And I was forced to do so until 2002, when I reopened my own workers' comp case, because we're left out there after our attorneys represent us and you pay them, then you're left out there on your own because they don't pick up the ball and continue when the insurance company doesn't do what they're supposed to do. So you're left out there at the end of the branch dangling and wanting to know who to turn to. Well, that would have been me, and still is me. So, because I am the injured workers advocate in the entire state of the Commonwealth of Kentucky, I have been for probably 20 some years. And I do help people, and I am extremely knowledgeable about the workers' comp system. And I can tell you this much, it's all a scam, people. It's a sham, it's a ruse, it's bullshit. That's the honest truth of it. And it's taken me decades of my life to weed through all the BS to come to the conclusion that the departments of workers' claims are right up in the bed with the insurance industries. Absolutely. So, anyway, if anybody wants some help on their issue of workers' comp, then by all means leave me a message on my channel. And someday I'll be back on there, but right now I've been off for a week. But I've got some things that all my finances are being directed at that I can't pay their extortion money to the utility, which is the Spectrum internet server, and I have to deal with another matter first. So it might be that I'm not going to be on for a month. But
Wait.
as a
Please,
result
please
of my having done lawful issues against Liberty Mutual and their abuses to me, which is a private commercial lien, which is just about to hit them, folks, and it's going to be devastation for them. I have already sent them the Testament of Truth. Then they had 30 days to respond to it, to do so by certified affidavit, and they have to sign it, each of the ones that I charged, with the 50 some odd counts that I had on there of what they've done to me. And they neglected to do so, which is called tacit acquiescence. Tacit acquiescence is not golden, folks. That means that not answering is not the right choice to make, because after that 30 days, everything that I wrote in that Testament of Truth is ironclad, written in stone now. So I gave them another opportunity with the True Bill, which is what I charged them for the 30 plus years of incarceration and preventing me from living my life. That tallied up to $4 billion. This is not just to Liberty Mutual. This is all the employees that I have the names of that have played a party in what they have done to me for those 30 years. Each of them have to pay that amount. Now, I'm not a greedy person, folks. It isn't about the money. It's about what's right, what's moral, and what's just. But I do want a lot, you bet. They stole my life, and they prevented me from living my life. And I've been a forced recluse, forced into a sedentary lifestyle, and abused by the medical industry as a result of Liberty Mutual not allowing the doctor to do what he wanted to do in the treatment. It was what they wanted him to do to me. And I'm sure a lot of you people out there have dealt with that very same issue. Believe me, when I ran a channel only to do with workers' comp, I also had a website off of GoDaddy that was the Kentucky Injured Workers Advocate. That was me. But I had people all across the United States contacting me as a result of me having that channel. And but after the years went by, I ended up closing it down. I wasn't getting, much traffic, and I had other avenues I had to deal with and do. So I shut it down and let it go. But I'm still out here doing the same thing I've been doing. I wrote legislation in 2009, went before the Interim Joint Committee on Labor and Industry here in Kentucky at our capital in Frankfort. And that was another BS, because they had the KET television crews, the 3 cameras up there for live camera crews for TV. And of course, as soon as they got done talking about the state employees, unemployment and all that, and I was the only speaker besides her to address the assembly of 38 members of the Interim Joint Committee on Labor and Industry. And a lot of them, they all knew I was coming. A lot of them turned their name tag plates down, thinking that I would not know, but I went totally prepared, as I always do. I had a campaign book that had everybody's pictures, their accolades, their names, and I'm sitting there waiting to speak, and I'm going down through the book, looking at all the faces and matching them up in my book. And I had this one lady that was like Hawkeye, kept watching every move I was making, and I wasn't even ready to speak yet. But when the one that was before them on the state issues, when she got done, they had already pre-planned this and slapped the tripods up, and they run out the daggone doors like the building was on fire. So anyway, skipping over that, my issues are well documented. Everything I've been through has been documented. From the stalkings, the admitted stalkings. I've been followed. I've had them parked over here at the Ramada Inn behind my house, at the Yellow Rose that faces the Ramada Inn's entry, as they both face each other. Guns flashed at me, badges flashed at me. The Owensboro Police Department is party to what's been done to me. This is not a theory. This is real life here. This has been done. And in fact, because what's happened recently, this has also happened once in the past that involved not the FBI, but the Owensboro Police Department. So here I was calling David Long up there in Boston, Massachusetts, who is the president and CEO of Liberty Mutual, asking where my insurance coverage was, that I had an attorney that successfully won my total disability from a spinal injury and a left ankle injury at work under unsafe working conditions, working at United Parcel Service. So because of my repeated calling, because they kept hanging up on me, they ended up calling the local yokels here at the Owensboro Police Department, and they came here to harass me. And the first thing he said was, "Did you call Liberty Mutual?" I said, "Yes, I damn sure did." And he looked at me and he said, well, he just stood there, really. I said, "Why are you here?" He said, "I'm here for a wellness check." I stood there and laughed at him. I said, "Is that what you call it, a wellness check?" I said, "I deem it as a harassment." And he got a little ticked off at that. He said, "I just told you it was a wellness check." I said, "Really?" I said, "If Liberty Mutual was so daggone fired up about my well-being, they would abide by their court order and there wouldn't be a problem."
Right.
So yes, I deem you being here at my door is a harassment. So anyhow, he went to leave and I went to shut the door, and I pulled the door back open. I had a question to ask him. I said, "Excuse me." He turned back around. I said, "Let me get this straight. Anybody, anywhere across this country can call you folks up for a wellness check and y'all run out and do their bidding?" He said, "Yes, ma'am." I said, "Great. Nice to know. You have a good day." And I shut the door. I sat down and I called the closest daggone police department in Boston, Massachusetts in relation to Liberty Mutual Insurance. And I asked them, or told them they needed to go check them out. And I said, you need to do a wellness check on David Long up there in his ivory tower. She says, oh, she's all excited. Oh, why? What's going on? I said, I don't know. Every time I call, they hang up. I don't know. Somebody's up there doing harm or thieving from them or robbing them or holding them captive. But I find it pretty daggone strange that every time I call, they hang a daggone phone up. And so I hung the phone up. And she wanted to ask me what my name was. I didn't care to give my name. You call it shit in anonymously. And so, anyhow, I then turned around and called Liberty Mutual's presidential office with David Long. I said, don't you ever call the damn police department down here in Owensboro like that again on me, because you're not doing your job. You're in breach of your contract to do business in this state on your charter. You are in breach of your fiduciary and your mandated responsibility to me. And because they're a publicly owned company. So anyway, as the years click by, here we are now in light of all the abuse, in light of them not doing what they're supposed to. Excuse me. I have rheumatoid arthritis as a result of them for sleep deprivation, which affects the serotonin, cortisol, all this stuff in your body. So anyway, I've done my research on it. Y'all can believe it or not, that's up to you. I urge you to look at your own research, do your own research. So I never know when I'm going to cough, but hold up. Because the inflammation affects my lungs. So anyhow, I ended up, oh gosh, I got off the beaten path here.
Well, you went from
the
early time to what's happened recently now.
Yeah, okay. So what has transpired recently is Liberty Mutual, because of this legal matter with the private commercial lien against them, whereby they've already gotten their testament of truth, they've gotten their true bill 30 days after that one, and then they got their notice of default. So they've had 90 days to address, to compensate, and they've done nothing. Because you see, they thought that this was all a joke. It's not. Commercial lien is a deadly weapon, folks. And it's the only way the American people are going to find remedy, because you will not find it in their court system. Their court system does not have any judicial powers over you. They are administrative only. They deal with corporate, commerce, commercial, admiralty, maritime. Has nothing to do with we the people. So you need to wake up to that fact. This is not a theory, folks. This is the daggone hard truth of it. And every time you cough up your signature or cough up your social security number and all this crap that they want you to give to them, they are literally stealing. They first off sign a tax number to your name, the judge does, and they are extorting and embezzling and thieving from the Sesta Trust. It was meant for you. And it's meant for you, your wife, or your husband, your children, etc., etc. Now, they have it all locked up, but it was meant for us. And so I ended up sending them all these documents by registered mail. So now the last thing to do is for the commercial lien to be delivered to them. And when it does, it's a deadly thing, because it's going to confiscate their homes. Their locks will be changed. Their vehicles, because they are commerce, their vehicles, whereby ours are automobiles and our travel conveyance. But, Yeah, it's going to take their vehicles. It's going to lock up everything they have. It's going to lock up their bank accounts, and they're going to be shit.
Out of luck.
Sorry, I didn't.
That's all right. Plumb out of luck. Wait. Plumb out of luck. But wait. I got to go back to when you said when you went before your Kentucky State court for remedying.
Joint.
Yes. And it sounds.
When I spoke before them, when I tried to change legislation for the benefit of the injured workers,
Yeah.
They didn't let me speak.
Yeah. And that reminds me of that. It sounds like big lobbyists were involved, like with pharma. It sounds to me like, because how else would you explain people packing up and...
No, the lobbyists had nothing to do with what I did. The lobbyists, they end up more or less giving gratuities to the senators and state representatives to sway their votes for how they want them to vote for whatever it is they're voting on. What I did, I went before intentionally the labor industry, okay? This was right down to the brass tacks of trying to change things for the better for the injured workers. What I did was I combed the entire thing of the workers' compensation system, and I sewed up all the loopholes that the insurance companies were doing to screw over the injured workers in Kentucky. And they didn't like that.
Yeah.
And the very morning, in fact, that I left out to drive that 4 hours to Frankfurt from my home, I had a death warning threat. I took it as at the end of my wheelchair ramp, and I called the FBI. This is before I knew better. I called the police department before I knew better, and I called the sheriff's department before I knew better, and I called the daggone state troopers before I knew better. This was in the beginning of me learning what I know now, okay? You don't want to call those folks. They don't work for you. Every damn one of them are employees of the state. And they are actually, the police department is a party to the court. They're the revenuers, all of them are. They're the revenuers. They are the grease that keeps the cogwheels going and turning for these judges and the clerks to make money hand over fist and make them multimillionaires. That's how they do it. Stealing from the Cesta QV Trust that is for each of us.
Well, it sounds to me, though, like the politicians were protecting the insurance companies.
Oh, you bet.
You bet. So if the insurance companies were as, I wouldn't say lobbyists, no, but as pharma, well, they're big. They're big up there, like with the bankers, the insurance. Yeah.
Well, here's one that's going to blow you away. When an insurance company pays a claim, be it a car wreck, be it a death, be it a workers' comp case, or a life insurance policy, all this stuff, it doesn't have a daggone thing to do with the money that they had accumulated over the years that they've been in business. It's all got to do with the Cesta QV Trust. Because they already have your Social Security number, you see. They already have your signature for having taken that policy with that company. And they are bilking and milking money by the hundreds of millions off of we the people. This isn't just in the United States, this is worldwide. And they're not paying taxes on it either. So, but if you have a court case, if you get a ticket and so many people, oh my gosh, I just wish I could reach out and scoop everybody up and sit them down in front of a classroom.
Yeah.
And me educate them on what the system truly is, But anyway, back to the issue.
Wait, just really quick. David Andrew Christensen, he had said at one point, he was talking about Katrina virus being spread from the Gulf Coast, the BP oil spill, blah, blah. He said, never mind this, that, or the other. He said the real problem's going to be when the America goes bankrupt from insurance claims. And I found that interesting, insurance claims. And recently, somebody tied something big into, it might have even been Australia, but
No. He's mistaken on that because the insurance company, bless his heart, I know who you're talking about. I used to watch him on YouTube. But no, the insurance companies are for daggone sure not going to go bankrupt. These people are stealing from the QV Trust. How on earth are they going to go bankrupt? No, because they're not paying out of what they already gleaned. You see? They're using us to make the trillions of dollars that they have in assets. It doesn't have anything to do with them losing out on any claims. The money that they're paying claims with comes from the QV Trust.
Well, what I'm thinking though, politically though, I think insurance companies are a cover in a sense. Maybe I'm wrong on just how they hide our money. Yeah. Okay.
Well, yeah. Well,
like the
okay, let's get into the banking. All right. You open up a bank account. You sign the daggone the signature card, which that's what it's called, but that's not what it literally is. It's a big daggone 16, 18 length inches of paperwork and several pages to it. Y'all need to get your signature cards. You need to read them daggone things. Even though you sat there and you just thought, oh my God, I don't want to read all this daggone crap. Just open up a checking account. So you, out of your not taking the time to do so, you should have took it home and read that daggone thing, people. Because you done signed off your house, your car, your truck, your children. Read the fine print, people. I would have checking account for all the tea in China. No. But anyway, I mean, I do have one, but it's only to cash my check. But I'm not what you all are. Y'all are, unfortunately, you're United States citizens. I'm no longer that. I've changed my political status. I'm an American state national. There's a big difference between me and you. And I would urge you to investigate that and hop on board, to get not on board, but to get back connected to the land. And that all has to do with birth certificate. So anyway, what they have done to me of late is because they know it's come down to the fine wire. We are at the precipice. We are at the jumping off stage of the commercial lien from the private side because I'm a private thing now. I'm not, out there flapping in the wind or lost at sea and all this kind of stuff under Admiralty Maritime Law. I am a living, the real flesh, living soul. And they cannot contract with you unless you consent. And that even means you, even though you're not yet connected to the soil, they cannot contract with you unless you consent. Because there are the United States Supreme Court law, or case rather, not law, case that stipulates that the corporations, which is what they all are, the courts, the cops, the whole 9 yards, and hold on, and I'll find that case for you here. I have it in my documents that I have and am sending. They cannot contract with you because they are not living. And you are, here it is, right here. Penhallow, Penhallow versus Jones, Doane, apostrophe S. And I'll read this one little paragraph. Administrators defined government separately governments are corporations in as much as every government is an artificial person, an abstraction, a creature of the mind only. A government can deal only with artificial persons, the imaginary having no reality or substance cannot create or attain parity with the real. That's you.
Wow.
Okay?
Wow.
So, and what that is, and I'll just put it in a nutshell because I don't want to get off into all that other stuff
Right.
we covered the other night.
Yes.
But
right.
what that is because everything that you have, that they stole your name, they made you a corporation, you see, with the all caps name, your birth certificate, your marriage license, hunting and fishing license, the bills that you think are bills that come to your home for electricity, gas, computer, internet service, the phone company, everything's in all caps. Because see, if you were the living flesh, flowing blood, real soul, they cannot contract with you. That's why they made you that way. That's why they made you a capital corporation name, so they can suck you into their world and put you under their thumb, rule and thumb, and they have, with the statutes, the regulations, the United States codes of federal regulations, the UCCs, and all the BS.
Wow.
When you sign a driver's license, you have subjected yourself to be their slave. You're under your state statutes and regulations and policies and all the BS that goes with it. Simply because, and you don't have to have a driver's license, people. That has been ruled on numerous cases at the United States Supreme Court. And I have all those cases.
Yeah.
Which we covered that the other night too. So you need to back up and go
right.
to
I will attach. I'll attach.
Channel.
Yeah, I'll attach that chat to what you're doing. Listen, you carry on.
Yeah.
I gotta run for 5 minutes. I gotta do something 5 minutes. But you're doing great. Just carry on. Okay.
Okay. So you want me to read? And you're going to disappear for 5 minutes?
Well, no. Yeah, but you keep talking as you were. You're doing great. Like you don't even need me. But yeah. And I'll
okay.
Yeah.
So I am being stalked and terrorized and everything from a United States attorney. Let me see his name here. I have his document. Two FBI agents showed up on my door knocking and then beating on my front door the other day. On the 11th, actually, in September. And it reads, the name that I am not, with the state that's demoted to 2-letter alphabet entity, which is illegal. But anyway, it says, I have investigative reports and information from the Federal Bureau of Investigation indicating that you have violated Title 18 United States Code, Section 875, extortion and interstate communication of threats. I have determined that there is sufficient evidence to pursue criminal charges against you. Ordinarily, I would proceed by presenting the evidence to a federal grand jury and seeking an indictment. If an indictment were returned, a warrant would be issued and you would be arrested and brought before the district court. In an attempt to expedite proceedings, I write to advise you of the status of the case and to suggest that you retain an attorney to assist you. I also advise you to refrain from any further contact with Liberty Mutual Insurance Company employees and officers except through counsel. I will forego presenting this matter to a grand jury until the close of business on Friday, October 2nd, 2020. If I have not been contacted by your attorney By that date, I will present your case to the grand jury. David Weiser, or Weiser, however you say his name, which is printed on there weirdly. Weiser, Assistant United States Attorney. Well, I just found out today he is for real. I thought this was bogus BS, stuff. Because the FBI that showed up, hell, it looked like their daggone badge come out of a daggone Cracker Jack box that did not have FBI on it. So I didn't believe that it was real. I just thought it was insurance agents from Liberty Mutual come up here to bullshit me, But anyway, they hand delivered it. I mean, what? They demoted these guys or something? Come knocking on some damn old lady. I mean, I'm 69 years old, broke down, need 2 hips replaced, right knee and a left ankle. My spine is collapsing. I have osteonecrosis, which is dead bone, osteopenia, which is holes in the bones, osteoporosis, which is weak bone, rheumatoid arthritis, going blind, and a whole bunch of other shit. And they don't have nothing better than to get out and come to an old lady's house to raise 7 kinds of hell at the bidding of Liberty Mutual Insurance Company, just like they did when I called Liberty Mutual's head asshole. There's no better description for him. Well, yeah, there are, but David Logg, up there in Boston, Massachusetts. And so, so now they're doing it again. You see, they're doing it again. That's how these corporations operate. It's their mode of operation. Their whatever. All right, so I made a response to this interloper trying to tell me to do this, do that. Hey, I don't take direction from anybody but Father Almighty, and I don't answer to anybody but Him. And so let me find where my response is to him. Okay. All right, here it is. All right, I made a response, and he's going to get shortly. And there are a lot of questions raised out of this 3 paragraphs of his. All right, he's at Western District of Kentucky, 717 West Broadway, 4th floor, Louisville, Kentucky, 40202. All right, hand delivered, improperly signed, improperly addressed, letter addressed to a Miss Carol Lee Roberts, and then my address stuck in, and then I have Carol hyphen Lee Bohannon, and then my address, which does not claim to be under military rule with a zip code or nor territory commercial rule. That being addressed, anyone touching a mailbox is a crime because, see, I refused to accept their paper. I refused to contract with them, verbal or written, and I told them so, and I shut the door in their face. So they stuck the letter that they hand delivered down here for him partially in the mailbox and partially hanging out of the mailbox. I knew that was federal offense right when they did it. All right, so that's what this part here is. That being addressed, anyone touching a mailbox is a crime, an offense by postal code, and I quote, Title 18 U.S.C. 1705, which carries a $250,000 fine and 3 years in prison, unquote, to which your 2 self-proclaimed, declared FBI agents who failed to ID themselves nor leave any cards making them suspect with your bogus criminal claims of extortion and interstate communication accusatory claims of defamation attempting to make me, the real flesh, living flesh, flowing blood soul woman, Carol Lee Bohannon, responsible. Commercial license plate, Kentucky tag, number 788-595, a black truck. This is dated today. Statement of truth and warning notice to cease and desist. David Weiser, self-proclaimed Assistant United States Attorney. First off, I am not Carol Lee Roberts, but since the private corporate FBI left your mistaken identity letter in my mailbox, which, by the way, is a felony according to the United States Post Office, and their code Title 18 U.S.C. 1705, which carries a $250,000 fine and 3 years in prison. I am livid with you and other corporate entities playing the heavy for Liberty Mutual Insurance, FL, evil demonic corporations, tyrannical, abusive, threatening, stalking, intimidation tactics to this, a totally disabled, broken down and homebound 69-year-old woman, wheelchair user, which has suffered and endured numerous intentional, malicious, torturous infringements of my liberties, freedom, and pursuit of happiness because you, David Weiss, are not the first that they've used to do so. You have a clear mistaken identity because Liberty Mutual was notified of my Carol Lee Bohannon, real living flesh, flowing blood soul woman, whose political status has been changed, yet continues to ignore that fact, as have you, wherein they refuse to acknowledge it, but by doing so does not change its truth or the fact, nor if I were who you mistakenly claim me to be, would I, Carol Lee Bohannon, the real living flesh, flowing blood soul, carry any title of Miss, Mrs., or Miss. I do not contract with you or your cohorts, nor do I consent. I address your accusations, presumptions, assumptions, especially, not generally. I have used names which have now been copyrighted. Your use of them or any configuration of them is a clear infringement of those copyrights due to the typesets and unscrupulous behaviors of others creating fictitious characters with different derivatives of names, creating such for entrapments of incorporations as you and your corporate entity has perpetrated for your own benefit to deceive we the people into your world of fiction because you cannot interact with the living unless we are a corporate entity ourselves, which certainly I am not, nor do I consent to be such. Au contraire, how does one who has a lawful action against others, notice them? This litigation is part of that process for injuries perpetrated against oneself in litigating a settlement get construed, equated into your accusation, presumption, assumption, communicating via registered mail, phone calls, and emails to come about a settlement as extortion, ? Your bare presumption, and accusation are preposterous, ludicrous, and most obviously fraught with collusion, coercion, RICO racketeering, misprision, malfeasance, breach of contract, going against public laws, breach of their contract and responsibility to me. They have received lawful document, testament of truth, true bill, notice of default, next the papers of commercial lien from the private side, of which your name now that you have also far overreached your boundaries, infringing my common law rights, liberties, and pursuit of happiness could easily be added to sane, cease and desist. Furthermore, should anything happen to me, my service dog, my private property, my family, then those papers will hit the mail, be a registered mail from 4 different locations of this country. I suppose and can only assume that Liberty Mutual are getting desperate and scared, likely passing excrement down both pant legs at what they are facing via the private commercial lien they are about to receive. Wherefore, they are using you, the FBI, to intimidate, threaten, and hopefully scare the hell out of me. My father's word says, fear not, for I am with you. Wherefore I don't. So, then they called you out of desperation. How amusing. The rats collude, conspire, hey? I should have known that Liberty Mutual Corporation would be behind this fiasco along with your corporation. I am responding to your masked tyrannical criminal terrorists which showed up by mistake on my porch today. My service dog alerted. Since tacit acquiesce would not be the method of response to such tripe, out of courtesy, I, the living, breathing, blood-flowing, real flesh soul, address you with some pertinent facts you should consider and pay particular heed to and make note. I, Carol Lee Bohannon, having used my ex-husband's name, am now an expatriated American state national. I am not a corporate United States citizen, wherefore you have no jurisdiction, as I am not a citizen slave subject cattle chattel. Feel free to verify that with the Lamar County Superior Court of Georgia, which is in the public record, further with Mike Pompeo, further with Mnuchin, William Barr, and the IRS, and further with the Kentucky Secretary of State, as well as the Maryland Secretary of State and Vital Statistics. Furthermore, Liberty Mutual Group, Liberty Mutual Trust, Liberty Mutual Insurance, et al., particularly Michael Charles Beck, David Long, President, CEO, and numerous other entities working with them, to include the police department of my city, wherein I, as well as others, have an audio files admitting they have stalked, harassed, threatened, stolen medical records, intimidated, terrorized, had my freaking ribs broken while anesthetized for surgery in an attempt to cause my demise, death, further presumably microwaved my home, since they are linked to military, and caused deliberate, malicious, intentional, torturous harm to myself and my service dog, which is valued at an estimated $54,000 for his knowledge, according to those who work and train such dogs, and is protected under the ADA, Americans with Disability Act, wherefore it is a felony, whereby he has been shot at with an air pistol verified by the Sheriff's Department Deputy Dwayne Harper by the neighbor's grandson, but because it was not caught on video, they could not do a damn thing about it. My phone has been wiretapped, recorded by this city of Owensboro. The list is long and it is ugly. For the crimes to which you now play a party to, my life has been well documented both by papers, audios, and witnesses. Out of courtesy and to forego charges being brought against you and your department for infringing on my common law rights, in addition to the matter to which you are now infringing upon, is of a private matter between my insurance and myself. Wishing no harm and peace to all, I owe you nothing nor an explanation, but offer one willfully to abate further issues with you, your questionable agents in the FBI and your department, as well as the corporate United States, wherein none of your USCs, CFRs, UCC statutes, regulations, or policies has anything to do with me, the living soul, real flesh woman. In fact, it is against those USCs, CFRs, UCCs, statutes, regulations, and policies to interact with me rendered by and decisions of the United States Supreme Court. For your education, I quote and cite the following case, as well as many others, USCs. Penhollow versus Jones. Wrongdoers continued under color of law without constitutional authority in violation of 18 U.S.C. 241, 18 U.S.C. 242, 42 U.S.C. 1983, 42 U.S.C. 1985, and 42 U.S.C. 1986. Furthermore, enlighten yourself with the attached 12 pages of United States Supreme Court cited cases. You and your department, as well as Liberty Mutual Incorporated entities, wherein I certainly assume are working in tandem, whereby you and your department are intruding on a private matter of an insurance company, which is perpetrating crimes, both felony and state of Kentucky statutes, which they are mandated to perform duties by and under their charter and licenses. The states there to abide by in this Commonwealth state in which to do business, whereby they have a responsibility to me for the rest of my life. I must conclude you and your department are helping each other, correct? One corporate crooked entity helping the other one out. Shame on you. I do not take, nor will I take direction or orders from you, your department, or anyone save the Father Almighty Yahuwah through his Son Yeshua. I am an American national, whereby I would strongly urge you to investigate that in which to comprehend it. I, Carol Lee Bohannon, the real living flesh-flowing blood woman, will not cease or desist contacting Liberty Mutual Insurance et al. Or its employees when they are bound and responsible to provide my health care to which they are in criminal breach of for my life forevermore, or until they settle, as well as until they abide by their court orders, contracts, etc. to do so. Liberty Mutual and its collective abusers, Stephanie Buckner, Don Hardy, Michael Charles Beck, David Long, Carmelo DeGracia, Sarah Dodge, Sharon Smith, Sarah Knight, Robbie Weber, to name but a few, are by mandated court order to supply medical care, medical equipment, medical supplies, etc. in relation to my injuries through the Kentucky Department of Worker Claims Kangaroo Court in relation to sustained worker injuries. We are connected forevermore. Get it? They are in breach of their contract to do business in this Commonwealth state. They are in contempt of their court orders. They have not supplied the medical equipment they were court ordered to supply. They have been derelict of their duties, their contract, their charter, their responsibilities to me. They have imprisoned me in my damn house for 3 fucking decades. They have robbed me of my freedom of life, of liberty, and pursuit of happiness, and you and your department are collectively doing the same. The criminal assholes at Liberty Mutual were court ordered to supply me a wheelchair accessible van for my 410-pound wheelchair in order to haul it years ago, preventing me from living my life. Furthermore, they were court ordered to provide an electronic queen-size bed since my spine is collapsing as my bones are dead bone due to their further abuse of only allowing corticosteroid injections for treatment which killed them, adding osteopenia, osteoporosis, severe spinal stenosis, osteonecrosis, rheumatoid arthritis, sleep deprivation, which all caused me to now need 2 hips replaced, right knee and left ankle, but I wouldn't survive one surgery, let alone all of them. So now we have to address some more of their bullshit, which is your department, whereby you are not the first patsies being used. They have used the local police department to intimidate and harass me too on wellness checks because I called the president's CEO, David Long, in his Massachusetts office asking where the hell my mandated care coverage was, which his company is court ordered to provide. Stand in my shoes, moccasins, or rather sit in my wheelchair, the one I can't even use because they have not supplied the conversion wheelchair accessible van they were court ordered to provide many years ago. But that shoe is put that shoe on yourself and your family. Sorry, folks. Wrong. Okay. Put that shoe on yourself or your family member. Certainly, you know someone that's been screwed over by an insurance company. Am I right?
Yeah.
Or is it you just go after we the people? You or your corporation has nothing to do with government. You're a private corporation. Nothing about you is federal, as it does not exist. Now, if you wish to lock some real assholes up to collect on excess to QV Trust, then hold those at Liberty Mutual Insurance accountable for breaking their UCCs, CFRs, public law, USC, statutes, regulations, etc., or you would for damn sure make some fiat money from doing that if you did. And it would be sure help out Kentucky State Commonwealth A. Meanwhile, leave me and my private life the hell alone. You're encroaching. Go stop the assholes who are stalking me. I am most curious as to why you didn't mail your letter, even though it is not addressed to me. Why is that? Were you afraid of a mail fraud charge? Why would the FBI be hand delivering a letter for you? Did that not have more pressing? Did they not have more pressing things to do in this world than to be your gopher's puppets? Were they somehow demoted to such a lowly status? Why didn't you sign it? Witty signature. You usurpers avoid that now, thinking that that absolves you from accountability. But your your 3-paragraphed letter poses lots of questions, begging answers herein additionally requested, addressed elsewhere. I find it appalling that from 2003 to 2015, no one at your office nor the FBI ever lifted a finger to assist me when J.P. Morgan Chase and the thief Jamie Dimon in his ivory tower in New York, committed fraud, embezzlement, intimidation, coercion, collusion, RICO racketeering, mail fraud, keeping me in an administrative-only Article 1 Court of Statutes as a law does not exist, except common law. But I can assure you it is being turned around, so wait, because it's coming. All the judges, clerks, cops, sheriffs, and attorneys who usurp their oath will be prosecuted. They are all a party of the criminal enterprise. So says retired Justice of the United States Supreme Court, Judge Dale. Which spilled the beans on them and more, all to steal from the QV Trust. No doubt you are a party to it too. Sworn to the crown, gave up your citizenship to it. Now, let me enlighten you. The Queen has yanked your insurance policy out from under you. The BAR, British Accredited Registrar, is no longer good. You no longer have license to operate. According to him, your professions have been infiltrated. Now, traitors to their oath, and now nothing more but revenuers' grease to keep the cogwheels of unjust uncalled for behaviors with no justice to be had for we the people except through private commercial liens. Wherefore they have collectively siphoned from the Siskiyou Trust like blood-sucking leeches from what is meant for we the people. I would never hire a sworn liar, deceiver of truth, working for the crown. I'm educated and defending myself, sui juris, real woman on the land, authenticated live birth, no longer lost at sea. You operate under admiralty and maritime commerce commercial, of which I had nothing to do with and have no part of it. I hope you're comprehending the ramifications of your actions about now, leastwise for your employment's sake. This has been disseminated to several entities besides those listed below, so that should you mistakenly pursue me further, accountability will be had. However, in light of having said what's been written herein, possibly, and I won't hold my breath, you'd see the light of day and pursue the criminals at Liberty Mutual, FL. Furthermore, regardless of your armed violators at my private property, having disregarded the sign on the front door stating private property, no trespass to which they disregarded, to which they now each owe me $10,000 for having blatantly violated again my rights by their having done so with it staring them right in their faces, of which I expect a certified cashier's check immediately for the sum of $20,000. Liberty Mutual owes me $4 billion, each for having left me isolated, prevented me from living my life, imprisoning me in my home, other than going to the grocery or Walmart with their employees, bring out their electric cart, or possibly my being able to get into a store with a parking spot right at their front door, so long as I did not have to walk far on my walker. Otherwise, I could not go anywhere else for more than approximately 30 damn years. Having used Treasavant versus City of Tampa, Florida, in which I used to calculate the sought-after compensation remedy for their having deliberately, maliciously, intentionally, hideously stolen my life from me, was a case which escalated on appeal to the United States Supreme Court, which upheld the lower court's decision. Liberty Mutual et al. Has had ample time to respond to remedy the matter and is in default. Wherefore they shall, within a short time, receive the commercial lien. May Father have mercy on their souls. I would have settled for much, much less, but they never bothered to even offer one. Shame on them. They are evil, demonic beings, filled with hate of mankind. I am sick and tired of others dictating my damn life. Your threats, your intimidation, your terroristic threats to cause me harm, to include threatening my freedom, liberty, and what little damn life I have left to live, because you refuse to recognize who I truly am, trespassing on a case that is in litigation. Wherefore I pray, should anything happen to me, let my blood be on your hands, as well as those who have and continue to be or have had a hand in my demise, whereby I call heaven and earth, as well as the wrath of the Father of all life, to be loosed upon you and them till you be devoured and consumed. In Yeshua Jesus' name and blood, so shall it be. It is so. Amen. John 14:12, giving me the power to do so. You should look up the clean hands doctrine. You have no jurisdiction. Furthermore, your tactics, intimidation, threats of harm, imprisonment of this American national is duly noted and disseminated to others. whereas you and your department certainly appear to be guilty of collusion, coercion, RICO racketeering, malfeasance, misprision, with your further threats of incarceration, kidnapping, along with your usurping your oath of office, warring against it, and those delivering your letter to a fictitious character at my address to a non-existing entity state, KY, which does not exist, as there is no such KY, MOLI, or IL, IN, etc., in existence, nor was it ever legislated by any legislator to have Kentucky demoted to a two-alphabet letter, you as well as they, which swore an oath to uphold and support the Constitution for the United States, which makes you treasonous, tyrannical, as well as a traitor, wherein there are USCs, CFRs, UCCs, public law, no doubt dealing with such public servants which do so, whereas I demand a copy of your foreign statement, your bond, your anti-bribery statement, as you have usurped your oath, and they their oaths. You and your office are a public servant. I strongly suggest you act accordingly. You are governed under your oaths. The USCs, the CFRs, the UCCs, public law, and can be held accountable beneath, under them, as well as put to death. Wherefore, it would appear that under, and I quote, 18 U.S.C. 241 and 18 U.S.C. 242, 42 U.S.C. 1983, you are in violation having trespassed. You, the supposed FBI, Liberty Mutual Insurance, Liberty Mutual Group, Liberty Mutual Trust, Michael Charles Beck, David Long, Helmsman Management, and other employees besides those here named at L, all terrorizing me because I am seeking justice, wherein I quote the following, quote, definition of terrorism in the United States, 18 U.S.C. subsection 2331 defines international terrorism and domestic terrorism for purposes of Chapter 113B as in boy of the code entitled terrorism. International terrorism means activities with the following three characters: involve violent acts or acts dangerous to human life that violate federal or state law, appear to be intended, I, to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, I, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or I, to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and occur primarily outside the territorial jurisdiction of the United States or transcend national boundaries in terms of the means by which they are accomplished, the persons they appear intended to intimidate or coerce, or the locale in which their perpetrators operate or seek asylum. Domestic terrorism means activities with the following three characteristics: involve acts dangerous to human life that violate federal or state law, appear intended, I, to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, I, to influence the policy of a government by intimidation or coercion, or I, to affect the conduct of a government by mass destruction, assassination, or kidnapping, and occur primarily within the territorial jurisdiction of the United States or the U.S. 18 U.S.C. subsection 2332B is in void, defines the term federal crime of terrorism as an offense that is calculated to influence or affect the conduct of government or intimidation or coercion or to retaliate against government conduct, and is a violation of one of several listed statutes, including subsection 930C, relating to killing or attempted killing during an attack on a federal facility with a dangerous weapon, and subsection 1114 relating to killing or attempting killing of officers and employees of the U.S. FIFA, FIFA defines international terrorism is in a nearly identical way, replacing primarily outside the U.S. with totally outside the U.S. 50 U.S.C. subsection 1801C, unquote. The Carol Lee Bohannon common law rights and others are inalienable. It is not unalienable, people. It's inalienable. Okay, quoting, the form of action at common law adapted to the recovery of damages for some injury resulting to a party from the wrongful act of another, unaccompanied by direct or immediate force, or which is the indirect or secondary consequence of defendant's act, commonly called by abbreviation case. Nunal versus Brown, C.C., Colorado. Nolan versus Railroad, New York Life Insurance Company versus Clay County, and then, unquote. Liberty Mutual is in breach of their public trust. Quoting the following, Cooper versus Aaron, Aaron, that's a 1958 case. Trespassing of the law, 18 U.S.C. 1028. Liberty Mutual Insurance Group, Helmsman Management Services, and the wrongdoers herein named willfully, intentionally infringed by committing and becoming trespassers of the law. Schuer versus Rhodes. That's spelled Schewer versus Rhodes, Rhodes. That's a 1974 case. Unquote. Quote, people are supreme, not the state. Waring versus the mayor of Savannah, Georgia. The state cannot diminish rights of the people. Potato versus California. Preamble to the U.S. and the New York Constitutions. We, the people, do ordain and establish this Constitution. At the Revolution, the sovereignty devolved on the people, and they are truly the sovereigns of the country, but they are sovereigns without subjects, with none to govern but themselves. Chisholm versus Georgia. The people of this state, as the successors of its former sovereign, are entitled to all the rights which formerly belonged to the king by his prerogative. Lansing versus Smith, and that's all it has on that. Okay, unquote. Quote, 42 U.S.C. 1983, civil action for deprivation of rights. Every person who, under color of any statute, ordinance, regulation, custom, or usage of any state subjects or causes to be subjected any person within the jurisdiction thereof to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured by the Constitution and laws shall be liable to the party injured in an action at law. I, Carol Lee Bohannon. I'm so sorry, y'all. I, Carol Lee Bohannon, refute and deny being a person herein described, for I am the real flesh, flowing blood, woman, subject to no one, accountable to no one, except my Creator, Father, Yahuwah. Quote, 42 U.S.C. 1985, conspiracy to interfere with civil rights. If two or more persons in any state or territory conspire for the purpose of depriving either directly or indirectly any person's rights, the party so injured or deprived may have an action for the recovery of damages against any one or more of the conspirators. 42 U.S.C. subsection 1986, unquote. I, Carol Lee Bohannon, refute and deny being a person herein described, for I am the real flesh, flowing blood woman, subject to no one, accountable to no one, except my Creator, Father Yahuwah. Quote 18 U.S.C. Chapter 96, RICO, subsection 1961, racketeering, section 1952, and section 1956, extortion, section 1546, misuse of permits, section 1341, mail fraud, unquote. Hold the hey up.
We got a question from the side when you're ready. Somebody on the side chat.
Comment? What's the comment?
Not side chat. Well, what they say, please excuse my comments. I just had an epiphany. Everything you're talking about is, well, they say stupid because it's their statutes and codes. They're laughing at you using their copyrighted material. And then they say, we don't need all the fancy words, the CC, W.
Well, then get off the channel. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, well, wait. Let me finish what they say. You just need common law, and to go after these people as quote unquote man. They are wronging you. We got to take these people to our all cap our courts. As long as we contribute
That's
to.
what I'm doing, sweetheart.
Yeah.
I'm going through common law. I'm going through the commercial lien.
Right.
I am not going to their BS court, but they are held accountable under their USCs, the UCCs, the federal codes of federal regulation, and all their statutes, okay? So when you go after them, as I am, these are the things you have to use because they are bound by these, okay? Not me. They are. You need to learn the difference here. You use these against them. I'm not relying on them. I'm letting them know that they are breaking their own USCs and the UCCs, et cetera, okay?
Yeah.
But he has on his letter, Title 18, USC Section 875. Well, extortion and interstate communication, correct? I don't have a way to look that up, so I don't know what it reads. But, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about any of it. He has no powers over me. Okay, but anyway, continuing, was there any other messages?
So, well, wait. Somebody else was saying, well, no, that primarily that, I guess, yeah. And as you said, like, okay, NDAA, right? It's on, like, oh, we can hold American citizens indefinitely, detain them without trial. That's NDAA. But you know what? We can.
But that's a citizen. I'm not a citizen.
Well, no, but okay. So even for the rest of America, though, that when they do that sort of stuff, it's still tyranny, and that can be turned and used on them, in a sense. I mean,
that's right.
Yeah,
you can, but you better do it in quotes. You don't want to just slap it on a page. You got to do it in quotes, because that way you're not relying on it for yourself. You're using it to show them of what they're bound by.
Yeah.
So you just don't want to put what I'm saying without it being in quotation marks, which is why I've emphasized that I'm quoting this, okay? There's a difference. And you can't use brackets because that takes it off the page. Even though you're looking at it, it removes it. So you have to use quotes. All right. See where I leave off. All right. Quote, 18 U.S.C. subsection 1341, frauds through the Postal Service, unquote. And I think this right here is why he had it hand delivered, because he didn't want to get caught by committing fraud through the mail, because that's a felony. All right, quote, trespass on the case. Now they have, what was that word earlier I used with you before we got online? Interloping. They have interloped into something of a private matter. I had no business for that. They're trying to do scare tactics, and it's not going to work. But anyway, trespass on the case, the form of action at common law adapted to the recovery of damages for some injury resulting to a party from the wrongful act of another unaccompanied by direct or immediate force, or which is the indirect or secondary consequence of defendant's act, commonly called by abbreviation case. Nunal versus Brown. I think I already read that somewhere else in it. Okay, whatever. Warning, cease and desist immediately. Any further communication other than as specified herein will likely escalate this matter. Should I not hear back from you in response to this notice letter within 7 days, I will consider your and your department's, aka FBI, matter to be resolved in its entirety, with the exception of your remittance of the funds herein addressed for your infringement on my liberties and freedom with you and your department, the presumed, assumed, self-professed FBI agents, abusive fear-mongering, intentional malicious intimidation, threat stalking, and continuous numerous additional entities having made their appearances as of today, which is an ongoing thing with you, your department, FBI, and Liberty Mutual FL. If you were at all lawful, you'd turn it right around and go after the ill reputes that hired you. But we both know that that is not about to happen, right? I want both their names. Lastly, since I am taking your threat seriously, and since I have numerous and serious health issues as described herein, any attempt to grab, snatch, kidnap, push, shove, pull, knock down, twist, or any other ill-fated plans you may devise against this real flesh, flowing blood, living soul woman, Carolee Bohannon, will be construed as an offense, attack, abuse, and their intentions to cause harm. Wherefore I shall defend myself accordingly. You have no jurisdiction. And that's it for the letter that I wrote back to him. But then there's a letter I am sending all of this to Washington, D.C. And I wrote the president. I wrote Department of Justice Attorney General William Barr. And I hope this guy loses his job. Secretary Michael Richard Pompeo, and General James C. McConville, Chief of Staff of the Army. All right, President Donald Trump and all those I just mentioned. First matter, I am an American. I am an American national, not a United States corporate citizen, calling on your help. Traitors are among us, perpetrating criminal offenses against me. Some of those names pertaining to this matter are listed herein below. My death could result in your ignoring this plea for your utmost attention and immediate assistance. I have done nothing but attempt to live my life and be compensated for having been forced to endure atrocious infringements upon it. Second, attached is a response to the U.S. Department of Justice, United States Attorney David Weiser, self-proclaimed Assistant United States Attorney, Western District of Kentucky, blah, 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 to which I have been unsuccessful in verifying, as no one answers his presumed phone on his phone on his letter, nor have the FBI of whom I called ever heard of him, wherein certainly if he were what he claims to be, they'd have heard of him. Be that as it may, my liberties, freedom, happiness has and is being infringed upon. Having studied USC, statutes of Kentucky, some CFRs, UCCs, bank contracts, fraud, mail fraud, public law, 73, 10, 10, and 1, HJR 192, HR 1491, the Libra Code, Trading with the Enemies Act, the Bankruptcy Act of 1933, to name some. I call upon you to stop my abuse, stalking, harassment, terrorizing threats, microwaving of me and my service dog, as well as my home. Liberty Mutual Insurance Company et al. Michael Charles Beck, David Long, and CEO, who solicited the help of my city, Owensboro Police Department. I have, as well as others, which have years of files, pictures, recordings, videos of their admitted stalking, collusion, RICO racketeering, malfeasance, breach of public trust, misprision, and dereliction of their duty, property damage, invasion into my private property, deprivation of sleep, and contempt of their court orders to provide me the conversion wheelchair accessible van to haul my 410-pound wheelchair, forcing me to be a prisoner of my home, forced to sleep in a lift chair for 19 years, in contempt of court, providing the queen-size electronic bed that were court-ordered to provide as well. They had coherence with all my doctors, to which there is proof of that as well, wherein I no longer have any. And as a result of severe spinal stenosis, I was to have seen, according to the ER doctor, a neurosurgeon, immediately in 2012. But due to my exposing on live radio Liberty Mutual's numerous heinous crimes and abuses, they pulled the plug on all care and treatment. That was 8 years ago, gentlemen. Continual stalking, threats to my well-being, preventing my medical care when they, Liberty Mutual, is liable, responsible through workers' compensation to provide care for the remainder of my life. The details are outlined in the contents of the attached response, wherefore I will not bore you or take up your valuable time, causing you gentlemen to repeat reading what has already been discussed therein. My in-ground swimming pool had been vandalized twice, which was my only means of exercise, which forced me into a sedentary lifestyle. I sit and sleep in a chair. Third matter, I am a totally disabled woman injured at work twice due to unsafe working conditions. I depend on an electronic medical device to assist me in getting up from a sitting and lying position, i.e., my chair. Also, although I haven't been able to use it since its delivery in 2013, my electric wheelchair, which stays parked at my front door in my small house, as there is nowhere else to put it while it sits collecting dust. I must keep it charged in order that the batteries don't go bad, and to move it out of the way to get access to my front door to retrieve my mail. So this issue pertains to the Owensboro Utility Electric Company, which threatens to shut my electricity off, as does Atmos Gas Company, and Spectrum Internet Service has already done so. My internet was my only life, besides playing pitch and catch with my service dog, either in my living room sitting down or for a few minutes. He exercises vigorously out back, with my throwing his frisbee to him while standing stationary with my walker. According to the United States Bankruptcy Act of 1933, HJR 192, HR 1491, Public Law 7310, 10 and 1, the Libra Code, the OCC, the Trading with the Enemies Act, under President Roosevelt. All of these provisions are paid for every American to which I am. Since I am low income, knowing this, I stopped paying for extortion, embezzlement, fraud, and mail fraud. I noticed them off of all of this, whereby they had no lawful right to turn my services off. Further, what they have duped the American people into believing was a bill for services rendered is actually a dividend, which they are mandated to send to the United States Treasury to pay down the national debt. I also included the 5-page document of Judge Dale, who was a justice of the United States Supreme Court, retired, since I can't remember his last name, nor can I look it up since I don't have computer internet service. But he spoke of the Sesta QV Trust, further verifying if memory serves me without getting his document out, as it's very late and I'm tired and in pain. Sorry. Can you, oh no, wait a minute. Will you get my Spectrum service turned back on so I have something to do? I do the news with 7 million views in 6.5 years of reporting. It would greatly be appreciated. Thanks. I have attempted to file papers with the Davis County Clerk Leslie McCarty, filed a complaint with the Commission on Clerks. They say or saw no wrong. Really, we have a cesspool of oath breakers, treasonous, tyrannical traitors, and circuit court clerks. Jennifer B. Secker in my city of Owensboro, Kentucky, and I refuse to do so at the instructions of one county attorney, Claude Porter. The swamp here in this Kentucky state needs drained and sanitized. Help. I ask each of you, where is my freedom? Where are my liberties? Where is my happiness? Where is my life, of which they have robbed me of for 30 plus years? And where is my peace, my joy? Will you restore it before I perish? Thank you for your time, diligence, patience, and efforts, if any, on my behalf. Take care. You are in my prayers. And lastly is the letter that I wrote to the General Chief of Staff guy, James, and there's those 12 pages of case law for the United States Supreme Court. We covered that the other night, so I'm not going to repeat those. All right, this is to General James C. McConville, Chief of Staff of the Army. And I contacted him because the Army is the one that has the doings with the microwaving. And then my dad was a command sergeant major in the Army, who was also a Joint Chiefs of Staff member. So, General James C. McConville, I write you this urgent letter in hopes you can extend your protection and assistance. I have included herein documents of the issues. Further, I wish you to know my dad, Command Sergeant Major Dorsey C. Bohannon, RIP 2009, was also a Joint Chiefs of Staff member. I miss him so very much. He was my rock. He served this country for 20 years, tours of duty in Japan, 2 tours in Germany, many stations in America, and fought in the Korean War. I have no one which to call upon for assistance, wherein I pray you will give this your utmost attention, if possible, considering that I'm certain you have numerous matters to attend concerning the world issues, and for that I thank you so much for your service. I am a patriot through and through, truly if spilled, my blood would come out red, white, and blue. Having done battle of sorts myself on the home front, just to survive what others have and continue to do to me has taken its toll. The enclosed material will explain the atrocities, abuses, and heinous crimes committed against me, all for my seeking to live my life, stand in spirit against tyranny, treason, and the traitors of this land. Coming from a long line of military family, from uncles, one which died in World War II, brother which served in peacetime, cousin which died in Vietnam, even have a grandson serving now, all having taken and swore that oath to defend this land from foreign and domestic enemies. I'm counting on your oath, which is why I'm contacting you, as I am dealing with traitors which are in our midst. who are tearing the very fabric of this great America, land that I love, down, starting with attorneys, then corporations. Is she gone? Has she been lost? Can anyone stick the heart paddles to her to revive her? Won't anyone help her up off her knees or her face if she's sunk that low? I'm in tears right now just writing this to you, hoping she's not lost. Who has the ability in this country to use microwaving instruments against we the people? I've had it done to me and my service dog 4 times. It's extremely uncomfortable, I promise you. I was just hit again last week. The first time they melted the runners my vinyl siding was attached to. Eventually, after having curled up and out toward the street in front of my house, the sun finally worked on it, which laid it back flat. However, it's no longer attached to my home, and it has a bit of warping on one side toward the bottom. I am stopped nearly weekly. I think it's my insurance company, Liberty Mutual, local statute enforcement officers are a party to it. I have hundreds of pictures, videos, a badge, and even a gun flashed at me. Now, supposedly, the FBI wants me for having contacted my workers' compensation insurance, which is not providing the care I am to receive, to which they are in contempt of court. I have never done anything wrong. I have never been arrested, and rest assured, this old, totally disabled 69-year-old woman is not going to be kidnapped out of her house or off the street. I'd sooner die than put in more of a prison than what I've been forced by them to endure for 30 plus years. The line is in the sand, so to speak. I want them to leave me the hell alone, provide what they should have provided me decades ago. I want my freedom, my liberty, my peace, my joy, my happiness. They have dictated my life since 1981. If it is not or has not been for the things I've dealt with them, it's coming from my city of Owensboro, Kentucky, for standing up for my rights, which they hate me for, just for trying to get justice. I will be praying for a speedy response. My Father keep you safe. May Father keep you safe, guide you, bless you, and sustain you. In His name's Yeshua, so shall it be. So, Amen. That's it.
So shall it be. Okay, your amazing testimony is it's a report. It's a light.
Yes, it is.
It's a light for others.
So,
How many people in America are suffering under ill outcome of under workers' compensation, being injured at work, and like what percent would you say? Like I'm going to take a guess. What percent under workers' compensation are injured at work unjustly? Well, I don't mean unjustly. That's not the right word.
well, yeah, because I'm well versed in this, because I am a Kentucky Injured Workers Advocate, have been for 20 plus years. I used to run a website on it. I used to help people and everything. And then because my life went a different direction, I didn't have time to do it anymore.
Yeah.
I used to run a phone that was for injured workers that they could call me anytime, day or night. I spent 7 hours on the phone one night with a man who had gotten a hold of my number through my website and ended up sitting there. Oh my God, I'll never forget it. His name's Cricket, but I won't say, his real name, but his nickname was Cricket. And he called me. He was sitting there with a gun, a pistol, and he wanted to blow his brains out because he wasn't getting the pain medications that he did. He was a coal miner in the eastern part of Kentucky. And he had told me there were 400 people that were injured workers due to the coal mines over there. And that was back in probably 2009, because I had gone to Kentucky's the Internal Joint Committee on Labor and Industry, and I was fighting for the injured workers in this Commonwealth state.
Yes.
And anyway, he didn't do it.
Oh.
Thank the Father that he didn't do it. But I just listened to the guy. He needed somebody to talk to. He had sons that were adults, and we talked so much in that 7 hours, man. But he just wanted to give it up. He couldn't get his medications for his pain. Yeah, look, it was sad. It was really sad.
I'm not.
Together,
just from an outsider looking in, it sounds to me like, for the most part, the government and the corporations that run the insurance companies that cover through government corp together, I guess, is workers' compensation, a unification. They conspire to go against the people.
Yeah, they're colluded, they're racketeering, no daggone 9 yards of it.
And that causes immense suffering. And as you say, that man was like, I mean, immense suffering.
Let me say this. Suicide is very prevalent amongst injured workers because they are forced into seclusion. They are without the wheelchairs they need, the walkers they need, the bedside commodes they need, the beds they need from back injuries and the like. The majority of them are in spousal relationships that escalate because they can no longer do what they used to do. I mean, I'm here to tell you, I went the gamut myself. When your life comes to a screeching halt and you can no longer do the things you used to do, but yet you're young. I was 29, 31, somewhere around that time frame when I got injured. And when you can't do anything anymore, that's a hard damn pill to swallow. It's a big damn pill to swallow. When you come to a screeching halt.
Yes.
And then when you go through a divorce and you don't have anybody to do for you, like fix something you need because you can't bend down to get it, or the things that you used to could do. I mean, I used to could do one hell of a lot. I have put in a bathtub. I have put in the sink, the faucet, all this stuff. But I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do it. And the prices that these plumbers and these people that are in the so-called trades of doing things are absolutely price gouging the public for their services. And that's what got me into doing things for myself back in the day when I could. Because I thought, I called, just for a quick example, I called a plumbing service to have a new bathtub, a commode, and a sink put in a small 5x5 freaking bathroom. Take a guess on what they wanted.
10,000.
How much?
10,000.
I can't hear you.
They wanted like 5,000.
No, 4,000, and this was decades back. I don't know what the hell it'd be now, but a bathtub costs about $129. The commode $100 or less. A sink vanity, with the cabinet under it and all that, about $150, whatever. So there you go. All the rest of it's labor. And that's price gouging in my book. $4,000. I said, screw you. I hung the damn phone up, thought, by gosh, I'll do this myself. Never done it before in my life. But I daggone sure didn't have no $4,000, and even if I had, I wouldn't have done it. I would not have paid for that to have been done. No way in hell.
Right, right.
So that's how I learned to do what I've done. I've done drywall. I've put up a divider between my living room and the kitchen, and then between the hallway to in here to the living room. Yeah, I've built a shelving system. You know, hey, you do what you got to do, you know? So, anyway.
Well, there's always going to be, okay,
But,
now, wait. Something I got to ask you. Private commercial lien. Can you just, like, explain that a little bit really quick?
Well, from the private side, I'm private. I'm not corporate. I'm not a citizen. This is coming from the private side. This is not where an attorney can litigate anything. This will never touch a courtroom, judge's desk. Yeah, it's out of their crooked hands to do their wheeling and dealing. No attorney can litigate it. No judge will ever render a decision on it. This is what your truth as a living, flesh, real soul, it's your truth. Nobody can take your truth from you. But I caution you, those that are listening to this, or may in the future, I caution you here. You damn sure don't want to end up embellishing it and adding to make it sound worse than it was, because you can go to friggin' prison for that. Because you see, when it comes down to the nitty gritty, if it ever is called into a common law court, you by gosh better have the damn proof of what you're sitting there writing on that page. You know, it's not like, oh, well, this is what had happened. Oh, no, it does not work that way, people. No, it does not. You have to have the proof to prove what you've got written on that page. Be it witnesses, be it, you know, your documents, or whatever. See, I knew all this stuff. I guess it's why the Father had me document my life for all these years. Because you see, my documents are sitting in a lot of different places. So that if it disappears, and I've had it happen. I've had Liberty Mutual, and I know it was them that did it, because I was in litigation through the Department of Workers' Claims years ago, before I knew better, that part of my file was missing, man. And I thought, how in the hell? Because I didn't have any trace things, no proof that anybody broke up my house, but by damn they did. And so some of my files went missing. And I thought, this is BS. So I made a phone call to a certain individual, and I had to have them send it to me, you know? And so I had to file back then when I was doing their court bullshit, which I've since I don't mess with that anymore. But I ended up having to file a stay of proceedings, which is what you do to freeze the case. All right. So I had to freeze the case, get a 30-day extension so I can complete what I was, you know, battling them over. And I did, and I got it, and I replenished the file. And then I contacted Liberty Mutual. I said, hey, you assholes, did you really seriously think that my documents are not backed up? I said, so let's proceed, will we, or shall we? And we did, and I won. You know? So,
yeah.
if I can stress anything about the workers' comp thing here.
Yeah, advice for people. What would be like the biggest pointers for advice for people filing compensation?
Don't ever file a workers' comp case. because you're not going to get anywhere in it. Okay?
So you got to fight it outside of workers' comp, in a sense.
Yeah, it's a commercial lien. Educate yourself well with the commercial lien. Okay? Because you're just going to be spinning your wheels like I've spent 30 plus years doing myself to have accumulated the education that I've gotten along the line. You know? Hey, I suck at math unless I write it down. What the hell is from 81 to now?
Wait, 90, wait. 10,000, 30, 31 years.
31 years? Well,
yeah.
And that's how long I've been educating myself on all this stuff we're sitting here discussing. Okay?
But wait, you said something about 81, which led me to think it was like
81 is when I got injured at UPS the first time.
Yeah.
Then I got injured in 83.
81 would be, I thought I figured it out 40 years, but wait, 81, 91, 01, 011.
It'd be 30, wouldn't it?
40 years. No, 81, 40 years. Wait.
40. Okay. Well, there you go. I've been saying 30 plus, but yeah, okay, 40 years.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
But no, I've never filed a case. If I had to do over again, I wouldn't file a case. I wouldn't sit and have them pay me a pittance of money every damn month, which is coming from the SSQV anyway, So now I want all my money right up front. Every day I'll go on a bit of it. So, and that brings up something, however, for you folks that are out there that's married, because that is considered a family or marital asset. So you damn well better have a prenuptial agreement on that. That if you ever got friggin' injured at work, whatever you get and you do, that's your money, Yeah. I don't care how much you love them, yada, yada, yada. I've heard it all, man. When it comes down to the nitty gritty and you get screwed and you get broke down and all that, hey, my husband ended up telling me, my second husband, I don't want to be married to somebody disabled. And that SOB tried to when we got divorced, tried to steal my frickin' house, which he wasn't even on the damn deed. All right, when he moved here and we got married and all this stuff, father protected me. He said, oh, no, Carol, you ain't putting him on that title. You ain't putting him on there. I had contemplated doing it, though. I was going to do it to let him know how much I loved him. Okay? Because he kept complaining that he didn't feel like it was his home. I thought, well, maybe me doing that would make him believe that it was. And the father protected me. And I never did. But then I didn't keep him and the commissioner that was over the divorce from trying to steal it and tell me I had to get it appraised and all the furniture in my house and everything that I owned appraised when he and I had a written contract on everything that he took out of his house. And the daggone tri-hull boat, the daggone 26-foot camper trailer. He had everything to set up himself up, to include the dishes and the damn broom, to set up an apartment somewhere for him to live. It wasn't that he was going out breaking his bank to go get this stuff, and he still tried to screw me over. So,
Well, okay, that's like, okay, there is a point, because today there's so much, like I've heard of stories where parents turn over their home to their trusted adult children. so that the state doesn't get it, right, when they die or whatever. And their spouse
Yeah.
goes like, hey, that's our home now. Kick your mother out, kick your father out. So it's like we're in a different world today than it used to be. And I would say there are people.
Greed, I'm telling you, will bite the ass of somebody if they get into a tight scrape and they got the paperwork on that stuff. Yeah, it's sad, man.
It is. But I would say,
your family will screw you over quicker than a daggone stranger will.
Yes. But I would say,
I wouldn't. It happen. But I want to say something. I want to add something here.
Yeah.
When I brought up the suicides amongst injured workers,
yes,
and you asked the question as to how many people did I think,
yes,
out of all these years of me being in this, how many people of injured workers did I think that was being abused?
Yes.
I will emphatically, without question, say every one of them.
Yep. I thought so, yes.
Because what I know for a fact, again, this is not a theory, a fact is that the injured workers get a bad rap from the public because you have attorneys that are broadcast all over the daggone internet and cases that are put into the media to paint the injured workers in a bad light, because that's what mainstream media likes to do, that all of us are out here just, faking it to make it. And, oh, my God, the comments I have gotten in the past many decades back saying, oh, don't you have it made? You get to freaking open your damn door and get your check out of the mailbox and you get to sit on your ass. I mean, seriously?
Wait. You know what? Wait. What you're saying, too. This is what a lot of people know of or think of like welfare takers. People that can work and choose not to and game the system, and they get welfare. And a lot of people look down on them.
I'm not on board with that welfare crap. I mean, if you're injured and you don't have enough credits in your work history to draw workers' comp, and that has been the case on a lot of people I've talked to. They didn't have enough quarters in their work history to even get workers' comp. So they are dependent upon the government, and the government loves that.
Yes.
The more people that are on food stamps, all these judges who get kickbacks from the EBT cards, which are loaded by the JP Morgan Chase that are printed by Xerox. And I mean, I've done all this work. I know all of it like the back of my hand. So any judge that has a penny in the bank is already biased against you if you're up in the court, So they want people on food stamps. They want people to be dependent upon the government. And, if they're injured and they can't work, then that's a total different thing. But if they're able to work and they're popping out kids right and left just to suck from the government's pit, then, those people to me are nothing but leeches off the back of mankind, and they're raising their children to do the same daggone thing. And, it's just lazy people. And sure, I guess, there's a lot of people out there doing that and milking the system for what all they can get.
But what you were saying is, what you were saying is, you think a lot of people think of people needing workers' comp or filing for or getting are in the same boat. Is that what you were saying?
Run it by me again.
That people, that there's a lot of the public that thinks that people going for workers' comp or getting workers' comp or fighting for workers' comp are in the same boat as those just trying to get welfare able-bodied can work, but just, want not to,
No, they're
just get
not.
an easy way.
There's no comparison
Right.
between. Look, let me tell you, there's a hell of a lot of hoops and a lot of hurdles that an injured worker is put through a regimen of doctors and litigations and all this crap to even get workers' comp. All right? I spent 4 years trying to get workers' comp and another 4 years trying to get my daggone Social Security that I paid into from 3 freaking jobs that I worked at. Okay? So I'm well informed on how that system works. And for people to say that stuff that, well,
no, I'm not
hey,
saying.
now I'm not saying, wait, I didn't finish that other comment a while ago. When the media ends up doing their deal against injured workers and putting out the daggone information saying, oh, well, we caught this one that was a fake injured worker because they ended up claiming they had a back injury, but then they got video of them out there packing roof shingles up a ladder and going up to the damn roof and working and doing that, Yeah, you betcha. I cheer them for catching them. You betcha I do. Because they ended up making it harder for me, who was truly, totally injured, who has the medical evidence to back it up, and the x-rays, and MRIs, and the CT scans, and numerous doctors verifying the same daggone medical evidence, all right? From neurosurgeons to orthopedics, from, the whole, and now there's some orthopedics that aren't surgeons, but I had an orthopedic surgeon, and then I had the other orthopedic surgeons, and yada, yada, yada. So when they do that, but they don't include those that are truly injured. So what the media has put out there, that there is 10 or 25% of injured workers that are not truly injured. That's bullshit. That is absolutely a lie. Out of the people that are injured, there might be 1% that are fakers. And, those damn people go to jail for that bullshit. That's fraud.
Right.
And they should.
Right. But
well,
that goes, but wait.
But people go to jail unless they hurt somebody or, let me yank that back. No, I don't. Because they don't have any jurisdiction on us. Screw that.
But wait, the government uses
they
that.
They just stop the daggone money flow to them and let it be,
Yeah, the government uses
it's not
that.
The government to be the big daddy over you. What?
Government uses that the fraudulent 1%, call it 2%, 3%, even 5%.
Yeah.
They use that and the
1%,
media.
It's not 5%.
Yeah.
Ain't no daggone way.
Okay, but the government
when
uses it.
I wrote legislation in 2009, and I went before the Interim Joint Committee and sewed up all the freaking loopholes in their system of statutes and regulations. And I figured it all out, you see. I figured out how in the hay, because, see, after an injured worker pays in part of their award, so to speak, when they win their total disability, with medical backing it up. When they win, then the attorney gets paid up the tail end of the daggone case. So that's why they keep wanting to take more cases, and blah, blah, blah. So when they end up doing this, what was I going to say, damn it? Hold up. When the case is done and adjudicated, the injured worker, by their statutes and all this stuff, has the insurance company has 30 days. Pay heed to what I'm saying here, folks. They only have 30 days to yay or nay what that injured worker If a doctor says they need a wheelchair, if they need a walker, if they need a queen size Tempur-Pedic bed, whatever the medical necessity is, the insurance company only has, according to the Supreme Court case, okay, 30 days to yay or nay it. Now, they can take it to utilization review and look at what the norm is for whatever apparatus it is for your necessity to help you, because it's for the care and relief, not the cure. There is no damn cure, okay? But the care and the relief of your work-related injury. So if they don't do that within the 30 days, they forfeit. See, no attorney's going to tell you this stuff. They forfeit their right to even litigate the issue. They have to give that to you. And that, my dear, is how I won the $85,000 damn van. I used that case from the United States Supreme Court. But I still don't have my van because the insurance company said, Carol, screw you. We're not getting it. So I went back to the Department of Workers' Claims like, why in the hell aren't you getting them? Why aren't you going after them for being in contempt of court? And you know what they said? Because the damn workers' comp departments in this country have no judicial power. That means that all these judges, even though they call them ALJ, Administrative Law Judge, I didn't know what the hell that meant for many, many, many years later.
Yeah.
All that is that they're administrative only. They have no judicial power to enforce what the hell they write in their orders. Okay? So you have the injured worker sitting over here for 4 years, or for me, 4.5 years, just get this damn chair I've been forced to live in for 19 years. Of course, I get new chairs, but all the same, that's all I get to sleep in. So, 4.5 years for the chair. Or no, wait a minute. Let me take that back. That was 7 years. 7.5 years for the chair, and 4.5 years in addition to that for the damn wheelchair van. Now, see, I should never have had to litigate either one of them. But that's where the workers' comp department ends up being up in the bed with the insurance company, because they had already used up the 30 days and never sent it to utilization review board. And they never ended up reopening the case to litigate the necessity or not doing it, see? So whatever the doctor wrote, you're supposed to get after that 30 days. But the majority of the people don't know that. Now I know what it was I was going to say. The attorneys, see, they don't tell you what I'm sitting here telling you now. They're not going to. So an attorney gets you your total disability. And a year or 2 years after you've got your disability, maybe if there's an issue that arises, they will take it on and contact the insurance company without cost. After that, you're on your own. You are totally on your own, because that attorney is not going to hold your hand for the rest of your life of being a disabled individual. All right? So who the hell do you turn to?
Yeah.
You can't be on total disability, and you only get 66 2/3% of your working income. All right? That's damn near just half of what the hell you made when you was working. So how now that you're even poorer, are you going to end up paying for litigation of another attorney? And let's say if you're 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, whatever down the road, and the insurance company refuses to abide by their court order, what the hell are you going to do? That's why the injured workers, they commit suicide.
Okay, so wait a minute.
They can't get the care.
Okay. Workers' compensation is a government entity, in a sense, married to insurance companies, Or am I not right?
Well, they're walking hand in hand. I mean, it's tit for tat. They're all freaking in the same damn boat against the injured worker.
Yeah, they're each winking at. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You got 2 big entities.
Yep.
Kind of working against an injured individual. I mean, I don't mean to laugh. It's like, what?
And they have all the money and you don't. So
yeah.
you do without.
The one, actually,
you learn a way to keep fighting.
Okay, it's funny because the one doctor's office I ended up going to, they specialized in the back. In the back, it was workers' comp. The people who were injured were sent to these several doctors from one company, and I thought, well, that's really strange. If anywhere in the town or area you're injured and you're filing workers' compensation claims, you're sent to a few doctors, a few of the same doctors. Is that not a strange?
Yeah, that right there is a racket because the damn insurance companies are the ones sending you to their doctors.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, yes.
You have the right, or you used to back when I first got injured, you had the right to pick your own doctor here in Kentucky. And of course, I had a doctor from the very get-go. When I got hurt, I freaking found a doctor. So he, documented more or less my progressive decline of my injuries. So Liberty Mutual stole my records when I went down to Nashville, Tennessee, to an orthopedic surgeon down there. And they called me up one evening. The male nurse did. Hey, Carol. I got sucked into the damn Primrose Path, man. And it said, hey, Carol, the doctor wanted me to call you and ask you if you wanted to bring all your records down here. And seeing as how our group is so big, we can deal with all of your medical bone issues. And I thought, oh, my God, is this a dream? I thought, great. They can do my knee, they can do my ankle, they can do my spine, they can do my neck, and I'll just be with one outfit. Find it. I have a cricket just making itself known. Go find it.
Can you say conflict of interest?
Every time I tell the dog find it, the fucking thing shut up. Find it. But anyway.
You know what? Wait. Conflict of interest.
Oh, you bet. But wait a minute. What is?
What you're describing. Like you get.
Oh, well, yeah.
By design.
The insurance company's paying for the doctor that's going to tell them just exactly what they want said.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, here's an example of some bullshit. I was told to go to Louisville, Kentucky. I wanted one of those spine implants, okay, for the medicine that goes into the spine to stop the pain, okay? I forget what the device was called, but it was to feed medicine into the spine to stop the pain, okay? It wasn't anything to do with morphine. It had nothing. It wasn't morphine. What I was going, because I didn't want no medicine, I wanted the electrical thing, and I forget what that was called. But anyway,
TENS
that
unit
was the one that I was going to have investigated for me, because I'd done a lot of investigation about it, and even though I didn't want some electrical stuff in my body, I had to do something, or at least back then I thought I did. And anyhow, they wanted me to go and see this psychologist or psychiatrist, whatever the hell he was. They make you, coerce you to go and do that before they would allow you to have this implant done. So I go up there and I go through the rigmarole, and then I get a decline from the insurance company, Liberty Mutual, still them, the thorns in my side, saying that this doctor ends up saying about me in his medical report that he felt that I just wanted to have euphoric,
wow,
a euphoric experience. And
son.
that would have dealt with the morphine dose, see? And that wasn't what the hell the advice was that I was seeking for my pain relief.
Yeah.
I didn't want a daggone thing to do with morphine. I know morphine's not good for you. I didn't want that shit in my body. But this dumb ass doctor said that to make the excuse for them to turn me down. And I called that evildoer up, and I laughed at him. I said, you have got to be one of the stupidest damn doctors I have ever had the displeasure of ever meeting. I said, you're an idiot.
I'm sorry.
You know, you're an absolute idiot. But
see,
well,
but wait, that just proves their goal, their aim, their mission, right? Discredit.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Well, here's another experience for you, and I've got a lot, but I'll tell you this one. I had to go to he was an anesthesiologist, but he's also a trained acupuncturist.
Yeah.
And I went to him for nerve injections into my back. And let me tell you, it's not a pleasant experience to have. So I had gone to him for these, and it would last for a while. You know, it was damn probably corticosteroid injections. I don't know what the hell. You know, this has been decades back. I wouldn't ever advise anybody to have that shit done to them. But anyway, this type thing was considered a surgery. Even though you're not getting cut, you're under a see-through freaking kind of like oh gosh, I forget what those are called, where they can see through your body. It wasn't an x-ray, but it was kind of along those lines. I forget what the hell that was called. But anyway, they can see where they're putting a needle in, all right? And he had to put it in a lot of places in my back to deaden the nerves. I had never had that done before, and he said, look, he said, this is an acid that's being put into your nerves, and it will take anywhere from 30 to 60 days, maybe even 90 days for it to do its job, to eat through your nerves. So here I am, all numbed up. The nurse is there, he is there, and he's doing all these injections. I'm not feeling so much, but I did feel some. And then he would numb me up a little bit in that area and then continue on. And I was in there for a while for them doing this shit. Now, he got me a prescription for, oh God, what was that medicine? Something that was in and above what I was on back then, which was Lortab and Oxycontin, all right, for the pain. And he gave me this additional medicine because Oxycontin and that Lortab, that wasn't even going to touch the pain I was about to find out with this acid injected into my back on both sides of my spine. And it started wearing off. I went immediately to the pharmacy to get the medicine. And they tell me, and a UPS, Liberty Mutual was fully aware I was having the surgery because they had to approve it before I could have it done. All right. So this is what they did to me. They approved the surgery. I go in. Doctor writes a pain prescription for this medication that would have got me through this additional freaking pain that I was going to be escalated into, which was, by God, unbearable. All right? So I went to get that medicine. They said, Liberty Mutual said no. I said, excuse me? Said, nope, they won't approve it.
Oh.
And they approved for a damn torturous surgery.
Wow.
But they did not, by God, approve the damn pain medicine that got me through it. And I'm here to tell you that was the closest I ever got to committing suicide. Damn sure did. That was the first, and yeah, that was it.
That's
but
plain.
I wanted to make
That's
a
plain
comment
wicked.
Earlier, what I was wanting to say is that I would never do that. I will never see a doctor again. That's for damn sure. I will never go to a hospital again. That's for damn sure. You can bank on it. I won't. No, I won't ever. So as I deteriorate, things get worse. Okay. You know.
That is pure
But
wicked.
no, I want to say that I
Wait.
am not on any medications. I am not suicidal. I would never do that with my faith in the Father Almighty, and that's how I am. And I have not fought these, now that you said 40 freaking years,
Yes.
to survive the bullshit that Liberty Mutual has brought into my life, to turn around and do something like that. Mm-mm.
Okay, 39. I lied. 39 years. Close to 40.
39. Okay, well,
Yep.
39.
Because in 20,
Okay,
20.
39 years.
Yeah. But wait.
That's a hell of a long time.
What was the medicine? Do you remember that they gave you?
Oh
my goodness.
No, he gave me the prescription. In fact, I've still got the prescription.
No. But
because I had the pharmacy give it to me and put on there refused. So that I could
suffer.
use that against them in the future, which is now. You know.
No, but
Yeah.
what did they give you? The acid.
I don't remember.
It
might come to me before we get off, but
wow.
offhand, I don't know.
I mean, it's just.
I was going to say Acifex, but hell, that's a stomach medicine.
You said acid.
It was an A, I think.
I thought you said an acid. In your anything.
Oh, you mean what was the acid they injected me with?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Because that is just sounds.
I have no idea what they.
That sounds like something that would damage and eat away at your nerves in your spinal cord, and your.
Yeah, whatever that was. I don't have a clue.
I mean, to take away the pain. You know, if it took away the pain, but it damaged your nerves, it's like, what's the price? Like, what? Nobody in their right mind, if they were fully informed.
There you go, right there. Actique is the medicine, the pain reliever that I was supposed to have had as a result of the acid being put into me.
Spell it again.
Actique, A-C-T-I-Q-U-E. Yeah.
All right.
What?
You know, I just said all right, but an acid to damage your nerves or eat away, it sounds bizarre. It sounds is no remedy.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think because when they look through your back at the nerve, they're putting it in the nerve. It's not going in the tissue. And I had flinched at one point because I wasn't numbed up good enough. And he raised his voice quickly at me because, you know, you got a big ass needle being stuck in you. That's dangerous thing. You know, when they're messing around your spinal cord. But yeah, Actique was the medicine that they refused to fill the prescription on.
Okay, now some people will have like a peptic ulcer, and they'll actually go in there and do, but I think it's surgically. They cut the nerve that goes from your spinal cord.
Well, they can burn it with cauterizing it too.
Yes, cauterizing.
You know?
Yeah, yeah,
Done,
yeah. And they'll do that. Yeah.
Grows back. It reconnects. Okay? That's how Father made the body.
Yeah.
It reconnects.
But they'll do that.
And,
Okay. They'll do that if you got like a.
It's a lost cause.
Okay.
Crap work.
Okay.
It's just a temporary fix.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
corticosteroid injections. People, pay heed to what I'm about to say. Don't ever get a corticosteroid injection put in your body. It only takes 3 of those shots to kill your bones, and you'll end up like me and have osteopenia, which is holes in your bones, osteonecrosis, which is dead bone. I'm not talking just dead bone in your spinal column. I'm talking dead bone throughout your entire body. All right? These shots should never be put in an individual. Okay? And then osteoporosis. I was diagnosed with this shit at 50-something years old, girl. Something totally unheard of. And I have it in my medical records that I was abused by steroids. Okay? I was abused by steroids, which gave me all the other disabilities I now endure as a result of Liberty Mutual refusing my doctor's orders to provide me physical therapy and instead of corticosteroid injections. Yeah.
Well, I do know that there are times people have a lot of pain. Sports players, they will inject corticosteroids into, say, like a joint, a knee, whatever. But even and then less strong is the oral prednisolone, but they know that it comes with such.
That's all steroid.
Yep, it comes with such strong.
You know.
Yeah, and but you're saying three sets can mess you up for life. You said 3 shots.
That's right.
Can mess you up for life.
Right. That's right. It might take a while before it gets you and before you start feeling the symptoms of it, or it show up on x-ray or bone density tests, but I'll guarantee you, you'll have it. You'll get that diagnosis. Osteonecrosis, osteopenia, osteoporosis, and severe spinal stenosis, which is where your spine literally is collapsing down on itself like an accordion, like mine is doing. Okay? From the neck down.
That's
in
amazing.
2006, I asked that orthopedic surgeon, when I'm looking at an MRI or an X-ray or something up on the screen, and all of my neck vertebrae, if you've ever seen an X-ray, you see that it's white and it shows the vertebra and all the stuff. Mine were all black.
Wow.
And I said, why are my vertebrae black like that? He turned around and looked at me. He said, because they're dead bone. I said, okay. And then he pointed out the top thing, which I think is called the C1. which is looks like a finger at the very top of your spine that goes up through the C1, which C1 is actually, I think, the cup that your skull sits in order that you can pivot your head left to right and up and down. And I've seen this one thing, it looks like a little pinky finger bone at the very top. And I said, he said, you see that? I said, yeah, of course he had his medical terminology for what it was. He said, well, as your neck bones collapse, that right there, that bone is going to shove up in the base of your skull and kill you. And that was in 2004, when I had neck surgery. And then I had back surgery in 2006. And I said, and when are we going to get this fixed? He said, oh no, I can't do that surgery. He said, you have to go to a brain surgeon to get that done. I said, okay. So that was 2004. And then in 2006, when I had back surgery on numerous vertebrae in the lower portion, because my leg was falling out from under me because my nerves, the nerve roots that come off the spinal cord, were infringed and impinged upon, whereby it was cutting off the nerve to my leg, or I didn't even know if it was going to, I didn't know what was happening, and my leg just, fell out from under my ass. I couldn't stand on it to save my soul. Damn near went down out there in the driveway walking, then boom, there's nothing there, man. That's a freaky feeling, I'm here to tell you.
Wow.
And so they said, well, it's mashed enough that you don't have surgery, you'll lose use of your legs permanently. I said, okay, set me up. I guess we'd do that. They had to bore out the bone and everything to open it up to get it away from the nerve that was cutting off the supply.
But a lot of this was a result of the early treatment, the acid, the corticosteroid.
Well, it was for 25 years. Well, see, I had injured my back at work. And because Liberty Mutual sat on her butt, it did not immediately get me to physical therapy. They drug their feet. Then by the time I got to go, the muscle spasm, the muscles will spasm to try to alleviate the injury. And so if you hurt yourself on your left side, your right side's going to seize up.
Right.
So to speak, to support the left side.
Right.
And then you have muscle that's building itself up in order to support it. And so by the time they ever got me to freaking physical therapy at the insistence of my doctor, it was too late. What had happened at that point, it started misaligning my vertebra. It wasn't any longer just a muscle spasm. It went into realigning my spinal cord and spinal, everything. So, they screwed me over that way. Now, and I've told them for years, I said, you dumbasses. You absolute freaking evil dumb asses. Had you, it's because of them that I ended up totally disabled. It wasn't that I got hurt. It was the point that they just say, if you get a back injury in this country, it's screw you, you're done. But had they done the intense therapy that I needed to go full force on this muscle spasms and intense physical therapy and got it to stop spasming and stuff, I would not have become disabled.
Right.
And,
wow.
So them dragging their feet caused me to become this.
Yeah. And the dragging the feet
and I told them, I said, here you are. Well, it's not them, it's the state that's actually paying my workers' comp disability, that they have to be responsible for my medical care for the rest of my life. And had they allowed the doctor's care, I would still probably be working.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I wouldn't be now at 69, but you know what I mean. You know?
Right, right. Yeah, it was them trying to save money.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what they do with everybody by default, I think.
Yeah.
And they don't care that they put people in further damage, injury, and as you say, even like suicidal. Yeah. Like we're saving money.
Yeah.
We're saving money for, I don't know, the companies, whatever, you know, the insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a hard, my mind has a hard time understanding the math with, the simple math with the insurance company and the corporations, how they tie together in the government. But somewhere in there is that racket going on. They're all helping one another, and to the detriment of people. Yep. And untold suffering.
Blood's going to be on all their souls. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And this kind of suffering, that's the one by one, you know, where they're plunking out people.
It's uncalled for.
Well,
you
yeah.
know, it's absolutely uncalled for. But they are such greedy bastards, you know, and because they don't feel it. Come on, baby. Belly.
That was a good whistle.
Money for them.
Yep.
And stealing that SUV.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Belly. Well, yeah, it's a cool breeze out there. It's almost fall weather.
Well, it is. It is. Hurricane Sally is around the corner, I think.
Yeah, I know it.
Fires in California. Clackamas County, Oregon. The sheriff's office. They commissioned a police chief to speak on behalf of them. That there is definite plans for like domestic terrorists leaving gas cans and chainsaws to cut down utility poles to help cause fires.
Yeah, you told me that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, we better wind this up because my phone is gonna die anytime. Your story, it's like basically.
Well, I appreciate so much you allowing me to come on your channel.
Oh, it's my honor.
No. These damn people, you know.
Well, look, yeah, it's on. Okay.
Liberty Mutual wants my ass out of the way, okay?
Yeah.
That's a given. And they're pulling out all the stops. Come on.
And wait, because these insurance companies, including Liberty Mutual, do not count on disabled, injured workers to have the gumption and the wherewithal to fight them. They count on that. That's part of the wickedness of this all. It really is. All the people that are suffering under being injured and not getting compensation. You know, there are people that can get injured and get a lawyer, you know, and if you, you know, and they'll advertise. If you used a Johnson & Johnson powder with the talc that's asbestos, call us and we'll get you, or you get injured by you get hit by a car. But
don't hire an attorney, man.
Well, no, but the point is, my point is, a lot of people who are going to be injured for life under the job setting, it's like, no, we got it out for them. No, we're going to make sure there is no regular, even keel way for justice. But individuals hiring an expensive attorney because they've slipped in their neighbor's yard or whatever, yeah, you can maybe, get a lot of money and sue. But for the people that get injured at work, it's the game's rigged.
Well, as far as I know, and don't quote me on this. That's supposed to be funny. I don't think that you are bound to file a workers' comp case. That if folks do want to hire an attorney, which I wouldn't hire one of them damn liars for nothing, man. British or credit registry whore for the crown. I'm sorry, but that's just how I view them because I know it's what they are. But if they're going to hire one to do their speaking for them, because they've become the imbecile, the infant, before the court, then go for it. If you can't do a little investigating on your own to find out how to do a case, I mean, there's so much information out there on the net that you can do stuff on your own. Move, dog. Move. But you don't have to write it up, your case, like an attorney would. Judges give you leeway. I would rather see you get all the damn money that you need than to pay some freaking attorney who is friends of the court, who works for the court. Whether you're paying them or not, they're still with the court. And their allegiance is with the court and the corporations. That's why I said don't hire one of them. But anyway, I understand that people can't do what I've done and doing. And for that, I'm sorry. But you got to educate yourself to take things on. But these monsters, with I could not give my daggone rights away. There's no way I would go into their court.
Now, wait.
I would not give up my rights to go into a court with a damn attorney. No.
Okay, in a nutshell, you've explained before, when you give your account of what happened to you, they can't deny it or say, oh, you're lying, or you're
not after 30 days. They can't. They can answer it before that 30 days. Yes, they can. But to do so, the individual that you're coming after, has to answer it. No attorney can do it. Nobody can speak for them. They have to do it themselves under affidavit and notary. Okay? So that makes them on point, so to speak, that if they're caught in a lie, oh, shit, that's not a good thing. But they can't. You understand? That's the sweet deal of a commercial lien. They will never be able to answer it. Now, if I were, let's say I was suing you, using that term loosely because it's not the same. But let's say I was taking you and doing a commercial lien against you, the private woman, then yes, you can answer it with a sworn affidavit and have it notarized. But when it comes to a corporation, they cannot. You understand? That's the sweet part of a commercial lien from the private side. They cannot contract with us. You see, because they'll never answer it. They can't. All they can do at best is to settle with you. They cannot answer the charges that you're bringing up to them. That's why Liberty Mutual never answered me. And I knew that. You know, people need to educate themselves on that commercial lien. So, but they had an opportunity throughout the 90 days to have responded to my testament of truth. And they chose to tacit acquiesce, which made it written in stone. It cannot be argued, it cannot be litigated, and no damned attorney can talk for them, and no judge of an Article 1 court of statutes, because it's not court of law, all right? It's not law. There are no laws in this country except for, well, now public law, I haven't investigated that much, but they do call it public law. I don't know till I get into it, and I don't have internet service to do that yet. Again, so, but as far as the rest of it, what they're flying under and on is the wings of the USC and, you know, United States codes and codes of federal regulation and the UCC's Universal Commercial Code and all this other stuff. You know, and state statutes. See, states, they're not laws. They try to pass it off as laws, but for daggone sure are not. They're not law. The only law there is, besides, like I said, possibly, I haven't investigated public law, but the only law is the common law. Father Almighty's law. That is the law of the land, not the Supreme Court. Common law is the law. And let me say it one more time, because you and I talk a lot. When it comes to the world as we know it, commercial, everything's commercial. Everything's a contract, whether it's verbal or it's written. It's all contract, okay?
Yeah.
Cop pulls you over, they come to the window and say, roll down your window. If you roll that window down on that demand, command, whatever, suggestion, however you want to look at it, then you've already consented to his ruling over you, and he's already contracted with you, and you contracted back with him. All right? And the Constitution, all these poor people out there misconstrue what the Constitution even is all about. I mean, bless their heart, these auditors that get out there and they're screaming, my Constitution rights and yada, yada, yada. You don't have any rights under the Constitution, people. What is written on there is the Father Almighty's common law right to you to being able to pursue happiness and you know, the joys of life and just to live your life. Just don't cause harm to other people.
Right.
All right? That's
right.
all it's about.
Right.
But they listed that for a reason to prevent, this is the real reason the Constitution was written, to prevent government from infringing on those common law rights. But it doesn't afford you zippity-doo-dah. Okay? It's just what they've written down for the government not to infringe on you and your ability to live your life. So they put bullet points up there, you know, this one, that one, this one, that one. So, anyhow, then you have the Bill of Rights, you know. But common law is the law. And commercial commerce is what this country and the world is run on.
Yeah.
It doesn't have anything to do with law. Absolutely nothing to do with law. It's everything to do with all those codes. And the UCC, the Universal Codes, the United States codes and statutes of your state, which is what the state, creates, which is a state statute. It is still not law. But I'll guarantee you, you'll have every politician, every damn judge, and every daggone attorney telling you that it is when it isn't. And state statutes do not trump Father Almighty's law. All right? because it is the supreme law of the land, not the United States Supreme Court, which they end up trying to convince you that it is. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No. Anywho.
Yeah. Listen, you have explained so much so well. It's 2 hours and 49 minutes.
We're wow, we're batting 1,000, man, if we cut it that short.
Yeah. And I will say, I will repeat one thing. I still I'm really slow trying to get this in my head, but commercial lien and testimony of truth matter. If I could say one little funny.
That is the power right there. Your testimony of what, and that's, look, don't let it scare you, folks. The testimony of truth, okay, is your truth of the situation. It's your story, okay? Let's say neighbor down the street ends up
killing your dog.
Running into your car.
Yeah.
All right, so you make your points on your page, and say, okay, neighbor John runs into my automobile and his red paint, okay, that's number one. Number two, the red paint of his automobile is wiped off onto my automobile. And I have to pay X amount of dollars to Joe Blow to remove that paint and to repaint my automobile to the original paint job that it had. Okay, so you're putting all these bullet points down, if you want to name them number one, number two, number three, and so forth, whatever, it doesn't matter. It took X amount of days that I was without the use of my automobile, which ended up infringing on my ability to go to work. And so I've lost pay at work, and because I could not go to work, I worked 30, 40, 50 miles, whatever, outside of my town. So I had to call in and take leave of work, and I'm without pay for that many days. So I lost this amount of money as a result of John down the street, his automobile hitting my automobile. So, this is how much I lost as a result of the damage that he did to my automobile. All right?
Well, it wouldn't just be paint.
That's just a short example on how to give the story that you need to write down of whatever it is that somebody has caused an effect into your life.
Yeah.
All right, let's say, somebody's dog bites your child, and your child has stitches and gets sick. The injury ends up getting inflamed, and then they have to go through a regimen of more antibiotics than what they took in the beginning. Turns out the dog had rabies. My child had to go through 14 shots in her stomach for the rabies to make sure the dog's head was cut off. Found out it had rabies. And, this caused stress and, fear and all this mental stuff, see? So it goes into a different mode of issues to look at. It's not just that the child got bit. Now you're looking at the risk to the child's life. Besides having been bit, I mean, it could have, bit the child's face, lost an eye, whatever the case might be. Then you're looking at not only your doctor bills and the gas money to go to the doctor and the wear and tear on your vehicle, your automobile, and the time off to work to take that child to the doctor, your time sitting there in that doctor's office, that if you were at work, you were at X amount of dollars that you were making during or could have been making during the time that you're sitting in the doctor's office, that you're losing your income. All right? So now your child is at risk of dying or getting rabies because that dog ended up having rabies. And, it just escalates. So you not only sue this individual for damages, you sue them for the cost of those damages. And normally you get 5 times, a lot of attorneys will tell you it's 3 times the amount of what your medical expenses are. I'm here to tell you it's 5. Okay, people, it's 5 times. And then on top of it, then you have punitive damages, and that's where the money's at, because punitive damages is to teach that soul that, 1, you should have got the dog's shot. 2, you let that dog run in the neighborhood. 3, it didn't have a collar on to know where it come from, and I had to run around the neighborhood and ask people, do you know who owned this dog? So there you got your stress, you got your child stress, you have all this added issues into a case. Okay? And that is compensable. All right? The mental torment, the mental anguish, the torture of the stress of it all, the anticipation of future medicals as a result of it, and all that. There's a lot that plays into a lawsuit.
Well, a lot of it, though, I would say, for the most part, for most people, it's not, well, and maybe I'm wrong, not as much against individuals as an example that you gave, but against, say, companies and workplaces trying to, save money. Like, I got a friend who was injured for the company he worked for. They did not, even though they were several times fined against, and that they violated workplace safety conditions, just not just toxins, but just other things.
OSHA.
Yeah, well, he is suing, but he's got cancer. He might even not even be alive right now. But he was suing and knowing he was gonna be able to sue against them at some point. But they were known for workplace violations in many ways, not just Tonawanda Code. Yeah, they put a lot of they did not. They purposely.
So that's a repeat offender.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, that's complicit. That is, I can't think of the term here offhand. That is willful neglect.
Yeah. Well,
that is called willful neglect.
He absolutely got cancer.
Not do and have not corrected their wrongdoing, whereby then it caused him or her to have the problems they have.
Cancer, needing surgery.
That's intentional, malicious intent. Yeah.
And this was after them getting violations from even the state or local. You got it. You didn't put scrubbers on for the toxins spewed out. You let your employees get. It is so bad, and he's just one person there. And I wonder how many people. It's like you think of like in China, sweatshops, right? And the abuse to the people working in the sweatshops and that, but in picture that in America, where we have the rules and regulations.
Well, we had that in America. We had the issue with the cotton factories, the cotton gins, the coal miners.
Yes.
I mean, here in Kentucky, we had one of the biggest coal miner fighting wars against the government for unsafe working conditions in the coal mine.
Yes.
It was literally a war.
My friend, she had family from there, and she said like so many of the families, they would just grow up and like work in the coal mines, and a lot of the suicide rate was high. It was all like depression and illness and injury, and I was like, wow, like that town that her sister and the children lived in. It was like sound like hopeless. Like the only job you can get is in this toxic environment and hard working conditions, and you're going to get toxified and dreary stuff.
Goes out to the coal miner, man.
Yeah,
because coal miners, if it wasn't for the coal miners, you wouldn't be turning that damn light bulb on in your house, or that AC, or cooking on that electric range, or taking warm baths with that daggone water heater.
That's right.
My heart is for the coal miner.
Yep. Coal.
But,
to this day, it's got to have been the biggest.
Shut that damn industry down. But,
yeah. So like you talk, sweat. Yep. And as you say, like the like what we consider as like sweatshops, slaves in poor working conditions.
And the cotton mills was pretty damn bad too, because people ended up with the lung issues because of the fine particles when they're in those.
Breathing it, breathing that.
I think they called them cotton gins, wasn't it?
Yeah, gins.
I don't know. I might be wrong about that, but the cotton mills, and Sally Fields was in one hell of a movie about the cotton mills and people. Her mother was having problems. Well, of course, in the movie, the character she was playing, ended up having the problem and everything. But,
wow.
She fought her character. It was a true story. She just played the character,
Well, it's been.
They brought in the union that did some miraculous things to help people.
My father-in-law, I remember him talking. He's still like a Democrat. I was like, how can you still be a Democrat when and he's staunch Catholic, being pro-choice, not pro-choice, pro-life and all that. I'm like, the Democrat Party's so like, pro-choice today and this and that. He's like, well, but we got to like fight to keep it and bring it back to what it was. So in his mind, but he was like, and he's right in a way. You see, this is the people are like, oh, Republican, Democrat.
Why though? I don't understand if people are being so stupid and naive to vote when voting doesn't do a damn thing.
Right. But wait,
absolutely nothing.
Right. But listen. In his mind, the Republican Party at the time, going back into the like 40s, 50s, 60s, they were primarily for like your corporate, right? And in his mind, the Democrat Party, they were like, let's fight for workers' protection, safety.
Yeah, that's what. Well, I was a daggone Democrat back before I knew better. But I've come out of all that bullshit when I learned the truth. And because it was split. They indoctrinate us and make us think that, well, Democrats for the blue-collar worker and the Republicans is for the rich.
Yes.
When in all actuality, they're both freaking the evils. There's no good with straight up evil.
Amen.
They're all bad.
That's right.
They're none of them for the people.
That's right.
Never will be. It's all about them and screw us.
When I first heard somebody say like it's all just to like a divide, and you're just like two sides of the same coin, and there's another term. I was like, when I started thinking about it, it's like it's true. It's like if they get you into like one camp, if they get you into one camp or the other, you're not stepping back and seeing where all the evil is coming from. You're like, oh, okay. Well, the left side, the right side. It's like, do you want the left door to the slaughterhouse or the right door to
Yeah,
the
and that's all
slaughterhouse?
BS. There is no left. There is no right. There is no Democrat. There is no Republican. They're all in the same damn boat, and it's all against we the people.
Yes, that's right.
And people aren't getting it. They want to get out there and argue. Oh, well, fuck you. You're a Republican. I'm a Democrat. Or I'm a Democrat. You're a Republican. You know, who gives a shit? If
Yeah,
they
but
had the blinders off their daggone eyes, they would see them all for what they truly are.
what do they call that?
You know, there
Dichotomy.
was a movie here a
Yes.
while back, quite a while back, where this guy had these sunglasses. I don't know what the name
Oh
of the
yeah,
movie.
they see, they live, they live,
And
they
he
live.
put them on, and he could see the skeletons or the
Yes.
evil or whatever it was with the people that was walking.
Roddy Piper. He actually in real life was a wrestler, and he played the actor in the movie They Live, and it was exposing the what they call the left right paradigm. The like, are you for the blue team or the red team? And as long as you're for either team, you're never gonna step back and see what's really going on.
Yeah.
The bigger picture.
You
Yep.
can't see the freaking trees for the forest.
Yep.
Because you're close to the situation. You know, you need to back the heck up and look at it.
That's, I
really
still, to this day, I've not seen that movie in whole. I've only seen parts of it from YouTube end because I haven't had TV. When I tried to, I haven't been, I either haven't taken the time or haven't been able to see the whole movie, but They Live is amazing. It's like, guess what, people? It's all illusion, a world stage. It's a stage.
Right.
What do they say? What do they say about war? The theater of war, right? In
what?
theater of war.
Oh, yeah.
They address it as the theater of war. It's a big game. It's a game on the people. I hate to say I don't know.
It is. Amazing.
Yes, it is. Oh, Peanut just joined us.
As long as the people are going to sit there and the pews of the theater house and sit there and watch the characters that are before their screen playing out their acting and doling out what the hell they want them to focus on. You know, if it's not the fires of California, oh, it's the this or it's the that, or it's the shots, or it's the the child thing. When it's all just a freaking skit being played out in front of our eyes. And instead of the American people standing up against the tyranny and the treason and the bullshit that's being done against us, because this is a life and death situation here, until they stand up and see it for what it truly is, until they pray and get together with the Father and ask His protection and rebuke this stuff. And, the fire site. Is anybody out there praying together for rain? Anybody think about that? Or, oh, no, it's woe is me. Oh, my God, they started another, fire over here in this, it's in Wyoming or Montana or up in Washington and all this. Does anybody ask the Father to pray a downpour of water on it? Or a wind to blow the smoke out so that people can breathe?
Yeah. But what you're saying,
or that these helicopters and the evil demons that are flying them and all this stuff, anybody pray for there to meet their demise? For them not to be able to come to work and fly them daggone things, starting these fires? Anybody say, Father, take them out? I rebuke you or bind you like He give you the power to do, because you've got all the power within your mouth. That's why He says guard it. Guard your mouth, guard your eyes, guard your ears, because what you say will surely come to pass. For an example, a quick one, you call your child an idiot, you down that child and cut them down and say things such as that, I guarantee you when that child gets older, they'll be the idiot that you end up cursing them with. And then the Father Almighty is going to deal with you. That's just a short example there. I know it's off topic, but same deal. With the, everybody saying, Father, do this, Father, do that, when he's already giving you the power to do it yourself. He gave you that power in John 14:12. Verily, verily, I say unto you, the thing, if you believe on me, the things that I do, you shall do also, and mightier things shall you do. For I go unto the Father. It can't get any simpler than that. So if the people don't draw together and suck it up and speak against this stuff, because the evil one is the spirit of the air. Absolutely. So you have the fires, and boy, I'm sure he's sitting there, yay, boom, bah, shim, bah, bah, hey, we've got another forest on fire here. And what are the people doing sitting there watching on TV? Oh my God, Harry, they have another fire that broke out over there. Yeah, I know, Mary. I've seen it. Yeah, it's a travesty. It's a shame. Oh, I wonder how many homes over there burnt down. How many people got caught up in those fires and died? Well, okay, come on, supper's ready. Let's eat. And then nobody prays about it. Nobody's using the tools that the Father Almighty gave them.
Well, and you're right, but also there's a lot of people that just like, oh my goodness, they're starting the fires on purpose, and in the government and in the domestic terrorists, and it's not getting exposed right. So that's where my mind goes a lot, right? But like you said, you're right.
People should focus their intent and focus on, hey, I pray that those helicopters or those airplanes will not lift off the ground today. They'll have a mechanical error or something that prevents them from liftoff, or, something that the Father Almighty open up the windows of heaven and pour out a rain to put it all out.
Yes.
But, until the people keep sitting there, they're saying, Father, do this, Father, do that, when they can do it themselves. Yeah, you ask the Father to help you out in your prayer, give you the words to say, but ultimately, it's up to you to do what he gave you the power to do.
Well, yeah, yes. And in the trauma, the crisis, especially of what's coming upon us, it does overwhelm people. But like you say, God gave us. He's looking to us too. Like I gave you authority over evil in my son's name.
For people that sit and cry and whine, and I'm not saying you can't get upset and cry and cleanse your spirit, but to not take things in your own hand except for hoping somebody else does or performs a duty to do what you yourself have the power. And I do mean that with all my heart, mind, and soul, that we have the power to do for ourselves through him.
Well, that's a great reminder, though, what you're saying right there. There's so many people that it's like they're like feeling hopeless, that even see what's going on, but feel like they're hopeless because they forgot, or they need to be reminded or even taught that, hey, God gives us authority in him, not of our own power or strength, but
right,
through him.
Not of our own power, it's from what he gave us.
Yes.
We have dominion over it all, people. He gave you that. He didn't just die on that cross. He came back to life. He's sitting on the right-hand side of the Father Almighty's throne. And he gave this stuff to you. Call on his power. Call on his blood. Use the anointing. Pray for your family. Anoint them. Bless your home. Speak the prayers of protection. Psalm 91, Psalm 23, Psalm 35, Psalm 37. Okay? You, yourself, through him and his blood that was shed for us all, is the power. He gave it to you. He gave it to you. If you just believe it. If you don't believe it, then it's not going to work. That's a given. That's a fact. If you don't believe on him, then you don't have any power. You know? So,
yeah. It's amazing what we're given. Right in our hands. Like right in our laps. If we believe.
right.
If we believe.
That's right. Faith, like they say, or that old saying used to be, faith can move mountains. If I can, let me embellish on that. You remember a story I told you that occurred many years ago? Well, actually, there's two of them here. This little boy's daddy had gone off to war. This was here in America. This is a true story, what I'm laying out, both of these that I'm going to say. This little boy walked out to the pier and prayed his daddy home every day. He went out at the same time every day to pray for his daddy to come home. And the townspeople knew what he was doing, and, you know, I suppose somebody asked him, why do you go out there at such and such time, and every day you're there? He was telling, you know, he had to tell somebody for the word to get around. He's going out there to pray for his daddy to come home. Well, one day, I mean, this was a small town, I do believe, as I remember it, because this has been many years ago. And this little boy, 10, 12, whatever he was, around that age, and this man, one of the townspeople, you know, just like Satan likes to use, you know, and abuse and everything, spoke against this little boy. And he thought it was funny. He ended up telling that little boy, he said, you ain't gonna pray your daddy home, you know? And if you have such faith, he said to this little boy, he said, if you have such faith, he said, speak to that mountain and make it move. Because this guy had his own problems with faith, you see. So he's mocking this little boy and his faith.
Yeah.
Well, that little boy bowed his head, and there was a few people around to witness this. The little boy bowed his head and prayed to the Father. And I'm here to tell you, I don't remember all the ins and outs of the story because it's been so long ago, but it impressed upon my heart. And that little boy prayed, and I'm telling you, that mountain moved. It moved. There was no earthquake. That big old mountain was moved, and they had its coordinates, whatever, from the sky to, you know, however they do all those, I was going to say horizontal.
Yeah.
Well, I just do the latitudes, what I was trying to think of. They had all that, and it was a proven fact that that mountain moved. Okay? And from that day forward, that man never said another word to that little boy. And his daddy did come home. But every day he walked out on that pier and prayed for his daddy to return home. And he got that. Now the other one is from some town, and I tried diligently to find that daggone story on the internet. when I thought about it years ago, thinking and hoping that it would have been online somewhere. But you know how the powers that be, they don't want good messages to be out there to pass it upon, for the public to know too much about the good things in life.
Right.
But this whole town, they were way down south. I don't know where they were. I don't know if it was a Florida Key somewhere that was so hot down there they would end up getting snow. But the whole town decided to get together and pray for snow for this one Christmas. I mean, everybody in the town prayed for snow. So it must have been a very small town for everybody to get together on something like that. And they ended up getting it snow. They prayed for snow and they got snow. And they wanted their children to know what it was like to see snow and to play in it and feel it and smell it, because snow does have a smell. But that town ended up with snow for Christmas. It sure did. I don't remember how many inches they got, but it was enough to make it white. You know? So the prayer, or the power of prayer, the prayer of agreement is the most powerful, people.
Yes.
It's the most precious tool that you could use with the Father. And then when you anoint on top of it, and when you end up fasting to pray, oh wow, man, you have a most powerful tool. Do you not think that the Father Almighty looks down on you? Well, here, because he does. But here's a true story from myself. Now, y'all can mock me, you can laugh at me and call me crazy or delusional or whatever names you want to try tacking on to me for what I'm about to say. But it's the honest to goodness truth. Many years ago, this is way before I ever had my swimming pool that doesn't work because they vandalized it. But anyway, this was, oh my gosh, for a time frame, the pool was built, I think, in 90 or 91. I think it was 90 because I got divorced in 91. So, yeah, 1990. So it was before that. And I wasn't married to my husband, and we had gotten married in, that's a mental block, man. I don't remember what year I got married the second time. Oh my gosh.
89, 90?
No, I got divorced in 91, but this was before I had the pool.
Oh.
The pool was built in 1990. I can't remember when the hay I got married to him.
Well, call it 88.
or the first one we got married in, wait a minute. We got married in 1970. Yeah. 69 or 70. Yeah, it was actually 69 that we got married. So anyway, and we got divorced in 1981.
All right.
So this story was before I ever had the pool, and it was before I got married the second time. And I'm standing out back. Didn't have that big old patio I had back there or nothing. I just had a big backyard, green grass, and an apple tree. And I think even the apple tree was cut down at the time. And I'm looking to the north. And I had just read a story on Native the indigenous people, to which I'm a descendant of. And it was about the rain dance. And I learned that rain dance and the words. I don't remember them now. I couldn't tell you if my life depended on it. But I read that story, and I ended up doing it. And I'm standing out there. I mean, the sky was as blue could be, beautiful. I didn't know anything about chemtrails or geoengineering. You know, I didn't know anything about any of that back then. So this is way back, you know, while I was ignorant. And I ended up doing that daggone rain dance out there in my grass. But before I did it, I prayed to the Father. And I did that Indian rain dance. And I tell you, I stood on that back little bitty porch that I had back then. And I was looking into the far north, wanting to know if it worked, you see. And I kid you not, I seen a small grayish cloud. I mean, off in the distance, it looked like a little bitty bowl, okay? It was way, way north. It was way north, because I'm facing Indiana when I'm facing north in my backyard. So it was way over there. And I watched that cloud, and it kept growing. It grew, and it grew, and it grew. And this day was a beautiful blue sky with a cloud in it. Not one cloud was in the sky. And when I did that Indian rain dance, and I said those words, and I did the dance, I seen that cloud grow and cover the sky with a light gray. There wasn't no real wind or anything. It was a gentle rain, and it smelled so clean and pure. And Father accepted my simple little dance and my simple little prayer. And it rained such a soft rain. I mean, it didn't come down pouring down, you know, drenching you like that, but it was the most wonderful rain I think I've ever experienced in my life, you know. And but anyway, it rained that day, and nobody was here to witness it. I've told the story just very few times over the years, but that for sure happened right here at this house. Did you not?
Wow.
And it's amazing if y'all have the faith in you with the Father. And the only way to grow that is to get in the Word is the only thing I can tell you. And hopefully one day maybe you'll hear His voice, you know, because you're not going to know Him unless you read it. You just not, you know. And you can't have a relationship with someone you don't know. And so reading about Him and how He does and what He does and what He's done, and then converse with other people on their testimonies and their truths.
And reading the Word, He gives us in the here and now that we got it now, and it keeps us from being sort of like with the government. We don't got to be dependent on the government. We don't got to be dependent on religion.
That's right.
And church. Not that church can be good, but religion in man's ways and all the religions of the world take you from the Word of God, and they implement rituals and distractions, just like the government takes you from, you know, common law.
Yeah, they're in my book. They're a distraction, and because people aren't reading the book, they're having a preacher man read the book, and he's only going to read a paragraph or two, you know, and then it's all about everything. Hey, give you tithing, you know, let's preach the money thing. let's pass the bowl, or if I put your money in, whatever.
And ritual of the religion. Yeah. Now, before I forget, the Psalms. What do you think? And not just what you think. Many have said and confirmed the Psalms. Some of the best Psalms of protection for people new in the faith, or even not new in the faith, but
all the ones that I have read is Psalms of protection.
Yes.
All the ones that I rattled off all ago. That's Psalm 91, Psalm 23, Psalm 35, and 37. See, I was telling you all this time until I looked it up. In fact, I was thinking it was 35 or 37. It's actually both.
Yeah.
But I had them both in my head, I just didn't recall that it was both of them.
Psalm 91. I'm just going to start out really quick here. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. My eyes aren't good. My words are small.
You want me to read it?
Yeah, if you can, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Psalm 91 is awesome. It's a psalm of strength, comfort for any in distress, and just a psalm of strength, comfort, strength, and promise.
Okay, here you go. All right, he that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, he is my refuge and my fortress, my Father. I call him Father, not God. My Father, in him will I trust. Surely he shall deliver thee from the snare of the fowler and from the noisome pestilence. He shall cover thee with his feathers, and under his wings shalt thou trust. His truth shall be thy shield and buckler. Thou shalt not be afraid for the terror by night, nor for the arrow that flieth by day, nor for the pestilence that walketh in darkness, nor for the destruction that wasteth at noonday. 1,000 shall fall at thy side, and 10,000 at thy right hand, but it shall not come nigh thee. Only with thine eyes shalt thou behold and see the reward of the wicked, because thou hast made the Lord, which is my refuge, even the Most High, thy habitation. There shall no evil befall thee, neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling. For he shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all thy ways. They shall bear thee up in their hand, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone. Thou shalt tread upon the lion and the adder, the young lion and the dragon shalt thou trample under feet. Because he hath set his love upon me, therefore will I deliver him. I will set him on high, because he hath known my name. He shall call upon me, and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life will I satisfy him and show him my salvation.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful. And the noisome pestilence. Pestilence is
and no plague. No plague.
Yes. Yes.
All right, listen to this. This is Psalm 89, verse 30 through, well, let's just do this, through 30 through 52. If his children forsake my law, okay, and walk not in my judgment, if they break my statutes and keep not my commandments, then will I visit their transgression with the rod, and their iniquity with strike. Nevertheless, my loving kindness will I not utterly take from him, nor suffer my faithfulness to fail. My covenant will I not break, nor alter a thing that is gone out of my lips. Once have I sworn by my holiness that I will not lie unto David. His seed shall endure forever, and his throne as the sun before me. It shall be established forever as the moon, and as a faithful witness in heaven. Selah. But thou hast cast off and abhorred, thou hast been wroth with thine anointed. Thou hast made void the covenant of thy servant. Thou hast profaned his crown by casting it to the ground. Thou hast broken down all his hedges. Thou hast brought his strongholds to ruin. All that pass by the way spoil him. He is a reproach to his neighbors. Thou hast set up the right hand of his adversary. Thou hast made all of his enemies to rejoice. Thou hast also turned the edge of his sword, and hast not made him to stand in the battle. Thou hast made his glory to cease, and cast his throne down to the ground. The days of his youth hast thou shortened. Thou hast covered him with shame. Selah. How long, Lord, wilt thou hide thyself? Forever shall thy wrath burn like fire? Remember how short my time is, wherefore hast thou made all men in vain? What man is he that liveth and shall not see death? Shall he deliver his soul from the hand of the grave? Selah. Lord, where are thy former loving kindnesses, which thou swearest unto David in thy truth? Remember, Lord, the reproach of thy servant, how I do bear in my bosom the reproach of all the mighty people, wherewith thine enemies have reproached. O Lord, wherewith they have reproached the footsteps of thine anointed. Blessed be the Lord forevermore. Amen. Amen.
Yes.
Okay, well, when people turn away from the Father, bad things happen is my point. Okay?
Right.
All right, so that wasn't actually what I thought it was going to be. Sorry about that.
No.
But, okay, 23, a Psalm of David. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
Amen.
All right,
but Psalm 89, that verse 32, or no, wait, 32. Then will I visit their transgression with the rod, and their iniquity with stripes. Nevertheless, my loving kindness will I not utterly take from him, nor suffer my faithfulness to fail. I mean, God is always merciful, always unto those who love him. You know, he never says, like, you're not going to suffer. Life's going to be all cushy and comfy. And, I mean, we know the story of Job. But the ultimate, eternal glory and joy, he gives us promise of that. And that should be our joy if we look, step back and look at the bigger picture. Yeah. And he's always merciful and long suffering to those who love him, as long as we keep our eyes on him or turn to him and repent if we've fallen away or if we've never known him. We come to know him. He's all merciful to all. I mean, he made us all. And yeah. And that's a promise that Jesus himself is our redemption. It's something you can't, there's no price on that. And it's amazing that no matter what we do, how short we feel we are, and the devil is always the accuser, always trying to like cause us to doubt, and it's hopeless. Don't even try.
For sure.
But that promise that he gives us, that no matter what, he is faithful and loves us and is merciful, as long as we trust in him and turn to him. He will never forsake us, ever. We could be lost at sea, in the middle, in the furthest depths of being lost. And he knows every hair on our head and will never forsake us.
Did you know that winking is bad?
Wait, say again?
Do you know that winking the eye is bad?
Yeah. I remember you saying that a while ago. But even God says.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
I didn't remember telling you that of late. But yeah, let me read this. This is just this one little verse. Psalm 35, verse 19. It says, "Let not them that are mine enemies wrongfully rejoice over me, neither let them wink with the eye that hate me without a cause." All right, because winking is like, you know how when people do that, it's like, I know something you don't know. You know what I mean?
Wait, I'm trying to think back. When somebody winks, I'm so dense. It's sort of like a aha. That's as far as I get.
Yeah.
It's like an aha.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like, they're doing something secretly. They know something that is secret.
Yes. Like it's between me and you. You caught my wink, and this is between me and you. And right out in the open, in front of everybody, but it's only between me and you.
Yeah, right.
Is what I get. Yeah.
All right. 37, I think, is a good one. Fret not thyself because of evildoers, neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity, for they shall soon be cut down like the grass and wither as the green herb. Trust in the Lord and do good, so shalt thou dwell in the land, and verily thou shalt be fed. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. Commit thy way unto the Lord, trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. Do you hear that? Let me say these two little verses here again.
Yeah.
Delight thyself also in the Lord. Now, there is a passage somewhere that says sing a song or sing a new song to the Father. It doesn't mean you got to sit there and make up a bunch of daggone verses that rhyme or anything else. You just say, Father, I love you. Talk to him, people. He's approachable. And just sing a new song to him. Delight in him. You don't have to have a tambourine and a guitar and all this kind of stuff, Used to, I would sit on my shower bench in the bathroom while I'm shaving my legs, I'm singing to the Father. Just making stuff up, But anyway, let me get back to this. Delight thyself also in the Lord, and he shall give thee the desires of thine heart. All right, commit thy way unto the Lord. Trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. I'm telling you, people, I'm not, without fault. I'm not without sin. I'm not without my own iniquity. And sometimes I do forget to ask the Father to forgive me of my sin. I try to be mindful of them. And a lot of times I'm so tired when I finally go to bed, I forget to even do my prayers. But mostly when I do them, I fall asleep while I'm saying my prayers. But he's there always. He's on call 24/7. Okay? He doesn't sleep.
Yep.
Makes notes. He catches every tear that you cry. He has every worry that you think about. He knows you inside out and upside down and front and backwards. He knows everything about you before you ever think it, before you ever say it, before you ever pray to him. He knows what you're going to have. All you have to do is talk to him. You don't have to have some fancy prayer. Just speak from your heart. Ask him to give you the words to say. I've had the awesome experience, and I won't get into the long, drawn-out story of it, but I've told this story to you, I do believe, Holly, and I may have even said it on your channel, I don't recall, but, he spoke through my mouth, and there is a passage in the scripture, and I don't know where it is. I don't claim to know the Bible inside out and upside down, but I do know when I hear it, whether it's the truth being spoken or not. And how that's possible, I don't have a clue. But I know I have asked him to write his word on my heart. And so I think it's ingrained in me that I know if it's true or not, because it will certainly ring out like somebody took a daggone lid to a pan and smacked me upside my head.
Yeah.
I normally know whether or not there's a word missing or an I is not dotted and the T is not crossed. Now, how that's not mankind possible. But what he did, was I lost my train of thought for explaining everything. Daggone.
There was a verse. There was a verse you were gonna get. There was a verse you were gonna explain. A verse.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, you don't know the Bible inside out, and but you know when it rings true, and it's written on your heart. And how it's possible.
Yeah, it is. It is written on your heart, or it's written on mine. I know it is, but I forget what I was going to say. Daggone it. Well, hopefully it'll come back.
It will. Okay.
He just wants you to talk to him.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You were saying you don't have to. You don't have to. Just talking.
And talk to him.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what it was. Thank you, Father. It's about a certain individual that I was married to, and the Father spoke through my mouth. And there is a thing in there that Father will give you the words to say. And he used my voice and my mouth to open up and say the words, because I wasn't thinking about them, people. And I didn't speak like he spoke through my mouth, but it was my voice, the sound of it anyway. And my husband had been raised in some kind of cane. Okay, that's a son against Cain, the son, because he was evil. You know what I mean? So anyway, Cain, he was raising Cain. That's where that saying comes from. Okay, raising Cain, you're actually raising hell, but you're raising Cain. Y'all get it? Okay. So anyhow, he ended up speaking through me for a message to my husband, and that message was, "Oh, ye of little faith." And it shocked me. It really shocked me for that to come flying out my mouth. And so much so I smacked my hand over my own mouth and continued walking to my couch to sit down. And I looked back in there to him because I knew he felt bad. I didn't really want him to feel bad. And, but that's what come out. And that's what the Father said to him. And I didn't have no part of it. It was my mouth, it was my voice, but it wasn't me doing the talking. Okay? So I know for a fact and from firsthand experience, Father will put them words in your mouth. What he wants said, when he wants it said. Okay? So, anyway, I just wanted to share that little short story.
Yeah, that's amazing.
I was reading the Psalm 37. We'll leave off. If I way to the Lord, trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. And he shall bring forth thy righteousness as the light, and thy judgment as the noonday. Rest in the Lord and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. Cease from anger and forsake wrath. Fret not thyself in any wise to do evil, for evildoers shall be cut off. But those that wait upon the Lord, they shall inherit the earth. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. Yea, thou shalt diligently consider the place, and it shall not be. But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace.
Yes.
The wicked plotted against the just. Isn't that what you're doing now, people?
Yeah.
The wicked are plotting against the just, and gnasheth upon him with his teeth. The Lord shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow, to cast down the poor and needy, and to slay such as be of upright conversation. Their sword shall enter into their own hearts, and their bows shall be broken. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the richest of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but the Lord upholdeth the righteous. The Lord knoweth the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. That right there is pretty important, people. All of this is, of course. But let me read that one again. It deserves being read again. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine, and we know that's coming, right?
Right.
They shall be satisfied. He's going to take care of you, is what this is saying. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat lambs. They shall consume into smoke, shall they consume away. The wicked borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous showeth mercy and giveth. For such as he blessed of him shall inherit the earth, and they that be cursed of him shall be cut off. The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delighteth in his way. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for the Lord upholdeth him with his hand. I have been, okay, hold up. Y'all know the steps, the steps in the sand. What is that? Footprint. The footprints in the sand.
Yeah.
I think everybody knows that picture in their head of the footprints in the sand, and something about the man that said, "But Lord, when I was walking by myself and struggling and something to do with the strife and all this. Where were you? There's only one set of footprints in the sand. He said, that is when I was carrying you. I mean, that gives me goosebumps, man. Just to even say that, you know? I mean, he is awesome. But anyway, I'm almost done here. I have been young and now am old, yet have not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. I'm telling y'all, he will deliver you food. I'm telling you that he will make a way for you in these upcoming harsh times. I'm telling you by firsthand experience, he will send angels with food for you and your family. All right? It's happened here at my own house. I believe it with all my heart, mind, and soul. I have witnessed this myself. 3 enormous boxes of food. And the entity that brought it, it turned out he was an angel because he disappeared like that. There's no question of it. Gone, zippity-doo-dah. No car in my driveway, no car in the front of my house. You don't just up and vanish, okay? And that's exactly what he did. And there was nobody with him. How is it? I mean, I don't need to question it, but I'm questioning you all, I guess. How is it that he stands there and I look away for a moment, a nanosecond, while I hand the box off? Well, I walked over to the counter with the first one. My husband's still leaning against the counter. And then I came back to the door, and he had another one. I never got to see his body. I never got to see anything but the bridge of his nose to the top of his head. And I'm telling you, I know he was an angel. I know he was an angel. I mean, you don't have eyes like that entity had, that living waters are floating around in there, man. I mean, different blue depths, and they turned up and smiled at me. I mean, I can close my eyes and see them right now. I will for the rest of my life. And then my husband took that box, the second box, and standing to my left. I didn't but make a quarter of a turn to hand him the second box. And he went, Mark did, and went and set it down. And I turned back around, and he had a third one still right exactly at the bridge of his nose. Upward is all I could see. But on that second box, when I went to ask him how did he know, all I got out was that H, hat, and that was all she wrote. That's when our eyes locked. I've seen that water and those eyeballs. I didn't have to ask no more questions. Or I never got the first one out. You know? But anyway, and then he just disappeared. But those 3 boxes lasted for 2 months on food, and we had a prayer the night before. We ended up with the boxes, and you know, and my husband got called back to work. Father times it perfectly, people. He got called back to work. You have to work 2 weeks before you get the first check. He timed it perfect. He got called into work. He worked 2 weeks. He got his first check, and we needed that money to buy food again.
Yep.
So that food lasted for 2 months till he got called back to work and went to work. So anyway, next one. I had been young. Well, I already said that. Well, let me read that one again. I have been young and now am old, yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed begging bread. He is ever merciful and lendeth, and his seed is blessed. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore. For the Lord loveth judgment, and forsaken not his saints. They are preserved forever, but the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. The righteous shall inherit the land, and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom, and his tongue talketh of judgment. The law of his Father is in his heart. None of his steps shall slide. The wicked watcheth the righteous and seeketh to slay him. Hello. The Lord shall not leave him in his hand, not condemn him when he is judged. Rather he have it.
Yes. Now, on the one hand, there are poor, and there are always the poor and needy. And Jesus said that this you shall always have. But what you're saying is those who trust in God, they don't have to be, despairing. How am I going to feed my children? How are we going to get by? He will make a way. Whether
yeah, he says, don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow will take care of itself. Stop fretting. Stop fearing. His word says it time and time and time again in Scripture, fear not, for I am with you.
Yes.
Here's a good
and
one.
But we do always have less fortunate amongst us that we worry about also helping.
But that we always have the poor, but that doesn't mean that the poor are going to starve. That doesn't mean that he's not going to uphold them or help them. They just don't have all the things that everybody else normally has to live their life.
Okay, Teddy C in the side chat, he said, federal judge in Pennsylvania rules lockdown unconstitutional.
Well, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Who's the judge?
I don't know. I don't know the name. I was going to ask him.
But yeah, it is. Everything that these governors and the mayors and the police department, everything they're doing is criminal, man. It's going against your freedoms, your liberties, your common law rights of pursuit of happiness, etc. And they should be charged with treason and tyranny and all the things that, if the people get out their stick and get out there and get a bunch of people together, go and confront them and call them out for what they are, which is a traitor, and oust them from office and do a citizen's arrest with their sheriff's department. If the sheriff's department isn't a crooked outfit, I know mine is. Hell, they're not going to do nothing here, to do anything like that. But if you have 1,000 to 2,000 or 3,000 people, they might be more apt to listen to you. I'm not saying go and beat down the door or just walk in, Call the sheriff's department, tell them what you're going to do. You're going to arrest him for the treasonous act that he's doing against we the people. That's the only way, it's the only way you can do it peaceably. I mean, I wouldn't give them a heads up where they end up calling out the daggone whatever to protect your butt. Just do it. Don't give no heads up like a week or 2 weeks or 3 days or even a day ahead. Get with your people. Go there the day you're going to do it. Write down the travesty and the treasonous actions that they've done. Get a bunch of signatures. Go through the neighborhood. I don't know what you're going to do. They're just for that alone. Just of telling people to stay in their homes, wear a mask.
Oh yeah.
I've already interviewed OSHA and 3M company, and even they will tell it doesn't prevent illness, doesn't prevent disease, and it can in fact cause death.
I will say 80% plus of these officials who are doing this tyranny against us, They know what they're doing. They're not without excuse. 80% of them plus. There's a few that might be like they're like, I don't know, really naive and dumb and whatever. Well, this really is a good
Well, no,
thing.
I disagree. I disagree, but I mean, everybody's got their opinion.
Well,
and I
okay,
don't
wait.
support it, but
Even.
when you say 80%,
Well,
let me
because
tell you,
wait. I'm
all of
not
them,
just wait. I'm not talking just political leaders. I'm talking about quote unquote scientists, public health officials, blah blah blah. There are some of
they're
them.
political. They're political. You bet your booty, they're political.
Well, all
They're
right,
all in there
okay.
for the money.
All right. Okay. Look. 98.2% of them. Uh-oh. Shoot. No. I think I lost the connection. Aw. Yeah, my phone battery died. All right. I know what she's gonna say. It's not even like it's 100% almost. It's true. The leaders are leaders. They're treasonous. Department of Health, your mayors, your county executives, your governors. In the beginning, I heard there were 6 states, 6 governors that didn't go with this lockdown of their state. And since then, I don't know if some of them changed their mind, but for the most part, most of all these officials know they're doing treason against us and going against our rights. And people just need to stop complying. Like the mask mandate. They're ready. They're already masking children in school. That's abuse. That's abuse on a mass scale. The shutdown of businesses, keeping them closed. Can't get my phone going back up, getting Carol back up on here to finish our talk. Next chat, we want to have like everybody joining in, please. As far as coming up with some ideas, answers. This was she had to give her story, what happened to her, and also to be an example what others can do, especially dealing with workers' compensation, but also in general, people fighting against government injustice and how they as individuals can stand up for themselves and use commercial lien, testimony of truth as a remedy. But okay, I guess I'm going to close it down. Wow, it's been 4 hours. Thank you all who joined in, listened, shared, and we got to get a chat where everybody joins in. We get a whole panel, and everybody's like, joining in and like some remedies and some ideas, solutions. Well, yeah, yes, Deaf Red, because she's joining me by phone. She don't got internet right now, and even when she does, she's not. She's like me, like we're not real tech savvy. She doesn't know how to join. She doesn't know how to join the chat directly. So it's I got her on the phone, and my phone battery died. So that's it. Yeah. She is awesome. Yeah. Oh my goodness. You ain't kidding. She's like old school, and she's gone through a lot in many decades. She's learned law. She's had to learn law the hard way, and she's learned a lot of extra that helps other people. She's got the ideas. So really, actually, what we want to do next time is do like, aside for doing current news, Q&A and just ideas that way with her, given some, she's got so much, oh, she knows so much. She really does, that she learned the hard way and that she willingly shares. So, alrighty, I got to close this down. Yeah, yes, yes, amen. And there's a lot of people that are dealing with, and okay, not okay, as well as workers' comp people, and it almost seems like particularly them, they're like slotted to be like, don't give them the compensation, don't grant them for whatever reason, but also like our vets that suffer. Well, yeah, because it would implicate the government because a lot of the suffering is at the hands of our own government. So it's like, yeah, just like try to keep it in the background for now. And so they paid people off. You, government, the medical industries, health insurance companies. Yeah, keep things under wraps. Yeah. All righty. Awesome. Thank you guys. And next time we're gonna uh hopefully we'll get a great chat going where we can, what would be awesome would it come to be for people to come together and come up with remedies. All that we're coming up against, especially, not just the fires and domestic terrorism and, a lot of people think it's all about Trump and the November election, all that's happening, but it's not, it's global. But there's a short amount of time before November. And even if we're not focusing on November, it doesn't matter. Right now, kids are going to school or not going to school or going to school. There's a lot we got to deal with right now. So, yeah. Yes. Oh, I never saw Sestacue Trust spelled out. Of course, it's Latin, right? Those Latin people. That's always the terminology. The Latin is the language for keeping the people in the dark, whether it's for medicine, law, or religion. That's what I say. All right. All righty. God bless. And hopefully we'll do a chat again soon. And everybody join, please. Fred, Peanut, Barbie Loves Truth, Sweet Pea, the man with the plan. Come on, the man with the plan's got to join. And Andro Nova. All righty. God bless. I'm going to end this.